Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I remember gripping the steering wheel a little tighter than usual, my knuckles white, because I'd heard stories about this stretch of road. Nothing specific, just the usual small-town rumors about weird happenings and people who shouldn't be out at night. But I was young and stubborn, and I told myself I was being paranoid. The radio was playing some staticky classic rock station, but I turned it down low, almost off, because the silence outside felt like it was pressing in on the car. That's when I saw him. Up ahead, under a dim street lamp that flickered every few seconds, there was a figure standing by the side of the road. My first instinct was to speed up. Everyone tells you not to pick up hitchhikers, right? But as I got closer, I could see he was just a guy, maybe in his mid-30s, wearing jeans and a dark jacket that looked worn but clean. He had a guitar case slung over his shoulder, one of those old, scuffed-up ones with stickers peeling off the sides. He wasn't waving or anything, just standing there, like he was waiting for a bus that was never coming. Something about him seemed harmless, or maybe it was the guitar case that threw me off. I thought, musicians are usually okay, right? Or maybe I was just feeling guilty because it was cold out, and he looked lonely. So I slowed down and pulled over a little ways ahead of him. My heart was beating faster than it should have been, and I rolled down the window just a crack. "You need a ride?" I called out, my voice sounding tinny in the quiet. He didn't say anything at first, just nodded and started walking toward the car. He moved stiffly, like his joints were sore, and when he opened the passenger door, a rush of cold air hit me. He slid into the seat without a word, not even a thanks or a "where you headed?" Just silence. He placed the guitar case carefully between his legs, holding it upright with both hands, like it was something precious. I tried to make eye contact, but he was staring straight ahead, through the windshield, into the dark. "I'm heading toward Millerton," I said, trying to sound casual. "That on your way?" No response, not a nod, not a grunt, nothing. He just sat there, rigid, his hands clenched around the handle of the case. I felt a knot form in my stomach, but I pushed it down. Maybe he's shy, I thought, or tired. So I put the car back in drive and pulled onto the road again. The first few minutes were okay, just the sound of the engine and the tires on the pavement. But then the silence started to feel heavy, like a weight on my chest. I cleared my throat. "Nice night for a drive, huh?" I said, forcing a laugh that came out too high-pitched. Still nothing. I glanced over at him. His profile was sharp in the dim light from the dashboard, and I could see the tension in his jaw. He hadn't taken off his jacket, and he was sitting so straight, it looked uncomfortable. I noticed his fingers were tapping lightly on the guitar case, a nervous rhythm that made my skin crawl. I tried another tack. "You play guitar? I've always wanted to learn." This time I waited, hoping for any kind of reaction. Nothing. It was like I wasn't even there. The air in the car felt thick, and I rolled down my window a bit more, letting in the chill. I could smell something faint, like old leather and sweat, maybe from the case or his clothes. My mind started racing. What if he's not okay? What if he's on something? But he didn't look drunk or high, just empty. His eyes were fixed on the road ahead, and every so often he'd adjust his grip on the case like he was making sure it was secure. The minutes dragged on. I checked the clock on my phone. It had been about 20 minutes since I picked him up, and the discomfort was turning into real fear. My palms were sweaty on the wheel, and I kept catching myself holding my breath. I'd never been in a situation like this before. I'd given rides to friends, even a couple of strangers once or twice, but they'd always talked, laughed, something. This was different. This felt wrong. Up ahead, I saw the glow of lights, a gas station coming up. It was one of those old standalone places with 2 pumps and a small convenience store attached. I'd been there before, It was where I usually turned off to head home. Relief washed over me. "Hey, I'm going to drop you off here," I said, my voice a little too eager. "It's near my turn, and you can probably find another ride from here." For the first time, he moved. He turned his head slightly, and I caught a glimpse of his eyes in the rearview mirror. They were dark, almost black, and they didn't seem to focus on anything. Then, without a word, he nodded once, a sharp, jerky motion. I pulled into the gas station lot and stopped near the entrance. The place was quiet, just a single car parked off to the side, and the lights inside the store were on but dim. He opened the door and got out, still holding the guitar case close. He didn't look back, didn't say goodbye, just started walking toward the store, his footsteps echoing in the stillness. I watched him for a second, my heart still pounding. Then I put the car in reverse and got out of there as fast as I could. As I drove away, I felt a wave of relief so strong it made me shaky. I turned up the radio, trying to drown out the memory of that silence, and headed for home. But something didn't feel right. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see him following me. But the road behind was empty. The relief started to fade, replaced by a nagging unease. Why had he been so quiet? Why the guitar case? It didn't add up. About 10 minutes down the road, I decided to stop at a diner I knew was open all night. I needed to calm down, maybe get a coffee and collect myself. I pulled into the parking lot and went inside, the bell above the door jingling. The place was mostly empty, just a couple of truckers at the counter and a waitress wiping down tables. I slid into a booth and ordered a coffee, my hands still trembling. That's when I heard it. The diner had a small TV mounted in the corner, tuned to a local news channel. The volume was low, but I caught the words "breaking news" and "armed robbery." My blood ran cold. I leaned forward, straining to hear. The reporter was talking about a gas station robbery that had happened just an hour or so ago. The same gas station where I'd dropped off the hitchhiker. They said it was brutal. The cashier had been shot point blank with a shotgun, and the suspect was still at large. Then came the description. A man in his mid-30s, wearing jeans and a jacket, last seen carrying a guitar case. I froze, my coffee cup halfway to my lips. The world seemed to slow down. That was him. The guy I'd had in my car for 20 minutes, sitting right next to me with a guitar case that probably didn't have a guitar in it. My mind flashed back to the way he held it so carefully, like it was something he couldn't risk dropping. The silence, the tension, it all made sense now. He wasn't just quiet, he was hiding something violent. I don't remember finishing my coffee or paying the bill. I just stood up and walked out, my legs feeling like jelly. Back in the car, I sat there for a long time, staring at the empty passenger seat. I could almost still feel his presence, that cold, heavy silence. I thought about how close I'd been to him, how I'd tried to make small talk while he might have been planning a robbery, or worse. What if he'd decided to turn on me during the drive? What was in that case? A shotgun? The thought made me sick to my stomach. I started the car and drove home, but every shadow on the road seemed to move. Every sound made me jump. When I finally pulled into my driveway, I sat there for another few minutes, just breathing, trying to process it. I never told my parents what happened. I was too scared they'd freak out or blame me for being stupid. But from that night on, I never picked up another hitchhiker. Not ever. Even now, years later, I can still see his face in my mind, those empty eyes, and the way he held that case. I think about the cashier who didn't make it, and I wonder if I could have done something differently. But the truth is, I'll never know. All I have is the memory of that drive, the silence, and the chilling realization that I'd been inches away from a killer. And sometimes when I'm driving late at night, I'll see a hitchhiker on the side of the road, and my hands will tighten on the wheel, and I'll just keep driving, because some horrors you don't forget. Story 2. Okay, so I've never really typed this all out before. I don't even know if anyone will believe me, but I need to get it out there. It's been with me my whole life, this feeling, this thing. I guess it started when I was just a little kid, but there's one day in particular that's burned into my brain. A day where everything got so much worse, and I can't explain any of it. I must have been about 2 or 3 years old. My memory of that time is mostly just feelings and pictures, you know, like little flashes. We were visiting my great-aunt's house. It was this old, kind of dark place, full of heavy furniture and that smell old houses have, like dust and mothballs and something sweet, like potpourri. I remember the carpet was this scratchy green and brown pattern. I'd sit in the living room and play, and I played with a boy. I know that doesn't sound weird, but here's the thing. There was no boy. My parents were right there, in the same room sometimes, or in the kitchen with my aunt, and they'd see me chatting away, pushing a toy car back and forth, having a full-blown conversation with empty air. They told me later they thought it was just a classic imaginary friend. They'd ask me who I was talking to, and I'd just say, the boy who lives here. Simple as that. I didn't have a name for him. He was just the boy who lived in my great-aunt's house. The really messed up part, the part my mum still gets quiet about, happened after one of those visits. I had this little lamb plushie. It was white, with a little pink nose and a bell around its neck. I took it everywhere. After we got home from my aunt's, my mum tucked me into bed and put the lamb on my dresser. In the middle of the night, she woke up because she heard something, a tiny, high-pitched voice. She thought it was me, so she got up to check. She followed the sound to the hallway, and there was my lamb, sitting upright in the middle of the hallway floor, and from it she heard this soft, rhythmic murmuring. She got closer, and she realized it was whispering a prayer, the same simple prayer she'd taught me to say before bed. Now I lay me down to sleep. She said the fur around its mouth seemed to be moving, just slightly, like something was manipulating it from the inside. She snatched it up, threw it in my room, and shut the door. She told my dad about it the next morning, and they both wrote it off as a weird dream or her being half asleep. But she knew what she heard. We moved out of that apartment when I was 6, into a brand new house, a fresh start. I was so excited. No more creepy old aunt's house, no more memories of a boy who wasn't there. For a little while it worked. The house felt clean and quiet and normal. Then, one Tuesday, everything changed. I remember it was a Tuesday because my mom had just gotten back from her weekly grocery trip, and the fridge was packed. It was late afternoon. The sun was starting to go down, casting these long orange shadows through the house. I was in my room, trying to decide which action figure to play with, when I heard my mum call me from the kitchen to help put away the cans. I stepped out into the hallway. Our hallway was long, connecting the bedrooms to the living room and kitchen. As I turned to walk towards the kitchen, I saw it. From the corner of my eye, a blur of motion down at the other end of the hall, near my parents' bedroom door. I stopped dead. My heart just froze in my chest for a second. I turned my head to look. A short figure, maybe the size of a kindergartner, darted across the hallway. It moved from the doorframe of my parents' room and vanished into the doorway of the bathroom opposite. It was fast, just a flicker, but I saw it clearly. It wasn't solid, not like a person. It was like a shadow that had depth to it, a darkness that sucked the light out of the air around it for that split second. It was shaped like a kid, with a roundish head and a small body. There was no sound, no footsteps, just that silent, frantic dash. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't move. I just stood there, staring at the empty bathroom doorway. My brain was screaming at me that it was the boy from my aunt's house. He was here, in my new house. "You coming?" my mum yelled from the kitchen, her voice sounding a million miles away. I forced my legs to work. I didn't run, I walked, my steps slow and careful, my eyes glued to that bathroom door. I passed it. giving it a wide berth, and hurried into the bright, safe light of the kitchen. "You okay? You're white as a sheet," my mom said, handing me a bag of potatoes. "Yeah," I mumbled, my voice shaky. "Just thought I saw a spider." It was the easiest lie. I helped her put the groceries away, my hands trembling as I stacked soup cans. I kept glancing down the hall. Nothing. The house was quiet, just the normal hum of the refrigerator. I tried to convince myself I'd imagined it, a trick of the light, my own stupid childhood memories playing games with me. The rest of the evening was tense, but nothing happened. We ate dinner. I watched some TV. I went to take a bath, my heart hammering as I passed the bathroom where I'd seen the thing. I locked the door, something I never used to do. The whole time I was in the tub, I kept expecting to see a small, dark shape peer over the edge of the bathtub. Nothing did. Later, I was getting ready for bed. I was standing in front of the mirror in my room, brushing my teeth. The door to my room was open, and the hallway light was on, casting a yellow rectangle on my floor. I was spitting into the sink when I felt it, a sharp, sudden tug on my hair, right at the back of my head. It wasn't a gentle pull, it was a yank, hard enough to make my head jerk back and my eyes water. I spun around, my toothbrush clattering into the sink. There was nobody there. The doorway was empty. The hallway was empty. My heart was trying to beat its way out of my rib cage. I could still feel the phantom pressure on my scalp, a stinging sensation where a few hairs had probably been pulled out. I stood there, frozen again, staring into the emptiness. And that's when I heard it. It wasn't a voice you hear with your ears, not really. It was more like it formed inside my head, but it came from right behind me, from the space where someone would have been standing to pull my hair. A whisper. It was thin and reedy, the sound a dry leaf might make scraping across pavement. It whispered my name, not my full name, the nickname my dad used for me. A name this thing, this presence, should never have known. The air in my room went cold, not just a draft, but a deep, penetrating chill that settled right into my bones. My skin prickled with goosebumps all over. I could feel every single hair on my arms standing straight up. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I just stood there, trapped in that moment, feeling a coldness that wasn't from any air conditioner and hearing a voice that had no right to exist. It was him. It had to be. The boy. He had followed me. He had moved with us. This wasn't a place he lived. I was the place he lived. The thought made me feel sick, like I was going to throw up. This thing was attached to me. I finally managed to move. I slammed my bedroom door shut so hard, the pictures on the wall rattled. I locked it, my fingers fumbling with the little twist lock. I backed away from the door, my eyes wide, until the backs of my knees hit my bed and I collapsed onto it. I pulled the blankets up over my head like a little kid, like that would protect me. I was shaking so hard, the whole bed was vibrating. I lay there in the dark, under the covers, listening. The house was silent. Too silent. It was the kind of silence that feels heavy, like it's pressing down on you. I strained my ears, trying to hear past the frantic beating of my own heart. For a long time, there was nothing. Then, a soft sound, a faint scratching. It was slow, deliberate. It wasn't coming from the door. It was coming from the wall right next to my head, right where my pillow was. It sounded like a small fingernail, gently dragging itself down the wallpaper. Scratch. Pause. Scratch. Pause. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying for it to stop, praying for my parents to hear it and come in. But they didn't. The scratching went on for what felt like hours, a slow, torturous rhythm. I didn't sleep at all that night. I just stayed curled up in a ball, trapped under the blankets, listening to that tiny, insistent sound, feeling a presence on the other side of the wall that wanted me to know it was still there, that it wasn't going anywhere. The next morning, the sun came up. The scratching had stopped sometime before dawn. I was exhausted, hollowed out with fear. I unlocked my door and crept out. The hallway was just a hallway. The bathroom was just a bathroom. I looked at the wall next to my bed. There were no marks, no scratches on the wallpaper. Nothing. I never saw the full figure again after that Tuesday. But the feeling never left. I felt my hair tugged on a dozen other times. I've heard the whisper of my name in empty rooms. I'm an adult now. I have my own place. And sometimes late at night I'll just get this sudden, overwhelming feeling that I'm not alone, that there's a space next to me where a small child should be standing. Those early experiences, that one specific day, they shaped everything. They gave me a fear of the unseen that's so deep. It's just a part of me now, like the color of my eyes. It's the knowledge that something from my earliest memories, something that shouldn't even be real, latched onto me. And I have no idea why. I have no idea what it wants. I just know that it's still here, and I don't think it's ever going to leave. Story 3. That day started like any other. I woke up feeling kind of off, like the air was heavier than usual. My room faces the backyard, and sometimes I see things moving out there. Just glimpses, you know? Shadows that don't belong. But that morning, it was quiet. I went to school, but I couldn't focus. My head was buzzing, and every little noise felt like it was grating on me. See, with my autism, emotions can get really intense. And when I'm overwhelmed, it's like my brain is on fire. By the time I got home, I was already on edge. My mum was at work. She's a nurse, so she does long shifts. And I was alone in the house. The silence was making it worse. I tried to watch TV, but the sounds were too loud and the lights felt too bright. I ended up in my room, just staring at the wall, feeling this pressure building up inside me. Then the meltdown hit. It's hard to describe, but it's like everything crashes at once. I was crying, shaking, and I couldn't breathe properly. My chest felt tight, and my hands were trembling. I remember stumbling around my room, knocking stuff over. A book fell off my shelf, and the sound made me jump. I needed to get out, to escape the feeling, so I just ran. I didn't even grab a jacket or anything. I burst out the front door and into the night. The air was cold, like really cold for that time of year, and it hit me like a slap. I was still crying, my face wet with tears, and I could feel the snot running down my nose. I didn't care. I just ran. Our house is on this quiet street, surrounded by woods. There are old fences and overgrown paths everywhere, remnants from the camp days. I've always avoided certain spots because I've seen things there. Shadows that move too fast, or sometimes I hear whispers. But that night I didn't think about any of that. I just ran, my feet pounding on the pavement. The streetlights were flickering, which they do sometimes, but tonight it felt different, like they were watching me. I slowed down a bit, catching my breath, and that's when I heard it. A voice. It was male, but warped, like someone had recorded it and played it back through a broken speaker. It called my name, not loudly, but clear enough that I froze. My heart started racing again, and I felt this chill go down my spine. I looked around, but there was no one there. The street was empty, just me and the dark. I thought maybe it was my imagination, you know. But then it called again, closer this time. It sounded like it was right behind me. I spun around, but nothing, just the shadows stretching long under the flickering lights. That's when the fear really set in. I've seen spirits before, but this felt malicious, like it was feeding off my panic. I started running again, faster this time, heading toward the main road, but the voice followed me. It wasn't just calling my name, it was mimicking other sounds too. At one point, I heard what sounded like my mom's voice saying, "Come here, sweetie," but it was off, like it was coming from the wrong direction. I knew it wasn't her, because she was at work. My legs were burning, and I could feel my lungs aching from the cold air. I glanced back, and I swear I saw something moving in the trees, a dark shape, but it was gone before I could focus. Then the cat, meows, started. I love cats. We used to have one, but he ran away last year. So when I heard meowing, my first thought was that it was a stray. But there were no cats around. I stopped for a second, listening, and the meows sounded distorted, like they were being stretched out. They were coming from all directions, echoing in the quiet. It was creepy, but what really got me was the hissing sound. It was low and mechanical, like when security cameras turn or something. I've heard that sound before near the old camp buildings. They have cameras there for safety, but they're usually off at night. This was different. It was closer, like it was right next to me. I kept running, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The street was deserted, which is normal for our area after dark, but tonight it felt intentionally empty, like everyone had vanished. I passed by the old oak tree that's supposed to be haunted. Kids at school say you can see faces in the bark, but I've never bothered to look. As I ran past it, I heard the hissing again, louder this time, and it seemed to be coming from the tree itself. I didn't stop to check. My only thought was to get to the main road, where there might be cars or people, but then I saw it. On the road ahead, something moved. It was a hand, black as pitch, like it was made of shadow or oil. It slid across the pavement, not like it was attached to anything, just a detached hand crawling along. I skidded to a halt, my shoes scraping on the gravel. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The hand moved slowly, fingers curling and uncurling, and it left a faint, dark smear behind it. I've seen detached things before. Spirits sometimes appear in pieces, but this was solid, real. I could smell something too, like ozone after a storm, mixed with this rotten smell like old meat. I stood there, frozen, watching it. The hand stopped moving and just lay there, palm up, as if waiting for something. Then the warped voice called my name again, this time from right beside me. I jerked my head to the side, but there was nothing. When I looked back, the hand was gone. Vanished. No smear, no nothing. The hissing sound started up again, and now it was accompanied by a low growl, like a dog but deeper. I didn't wait around. I turned and ran back the way I came, toward home. The whole way, I felt like I was being chased. I could hear footsteps behind me, heavy and fast, but whenever I looked back, there was no one. The cat meows turned into this weird, gurgling noise, and the hissing got louder, like it was right in my ears. I was so scared I thought I might throw up. My legs were shaking, and I had this sharp pain in my side from running. I remember tripping over a crack in the pavement and scraping my knee, but I didn't stop. I just got up and kept going, tears streaming down my face again. When I finally reached my house, I fumbled with the door handle. My hands were so sweaty and cold I could barely turn it. I burst inside and slammed the door shut, locking it quickly. I leaned against it, panting, my whole body trembling. The house was dark and quiet, just how I left it. I could still hear the hissing outside, faint now, like it was fading away. I peeked through the window, but the street was empty. No hand, no voices, nothing. I stayed there for what felt like hours, just sitting on the floor with my back against the door. My knee was bleeding a little, and I had dirt all over my clothes. I could still smell that ozone and rot, like it had followed me inside. I didn't sleep that night. Every little noise made me jump. I kept thinking about that black hand and the warped voice. Why did it mimic things? Why was it drawn to me? I know it's because of my emotions. When I have a meltdown, it's like I'm sending out a beacon for these things. But this one felt different, more intelligent, like it was playing with me. The next day I told my mom a little bit, just that I had a bad dream and went outside, but I didn't go into details. She's used to my meltdowns, so she didn't push it, but I've been scared ever since. I still see spirits, but now I'm more careful. I avoid going out at night, and if I feel a meltdown coming on, I try to calm down inside. But that entity, I don't know what it was. It mimicked voices and had detached body parts, and it seemed to feed off my fear. I've tried looking it up online, but nothing fits perfectly. Maybe someone here has an idea. All I know is that night something chased me, and I still can't explain it. Sixuzi. Story 4. The house itself wasn't some creepy old mansion or anything. It was just a normal suburban house, beige siding, a decent-sized yard, but it had this personality, not a bad one for the most part. It just felt lived in, I guess, like the walls had absorbed all our laughter and fights and boring Tuesday nights. The dining room was the weirdest part. It had these floor-to-ceiling glass cabinets on one wall, the kind with the little metal latches. They were full of my mum's fancy china that never got used and a bunch of other knickknacks, and sometimes, for no reason at all, they would rattle. Not like a vibration from a truck passing by, but a distinct, rhythmic shaking. And if you listened really closely, it sounded like music, like a music box playing a nursery rhyme, something old-fashioned like Rock-a-Bye Baby or Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. It was faint, but it was there. My parents always said it was the pipes or the house settling, but even as a kid I knew that was bull. Pipes don't play tunes. The day my dad left, the whole house felt different. The air was thick, like before a thunderstorm. It was a Saturday. I remember because there was no school, and my Saturday morning cartoons were on, but nobody was watching them. The sound was just filling up the empty space in the living room. My mom was in her bedroom with the door closed. I could hear her crying, a low, muffled sound that was worse than if she'd been wailing. My dad was hauling boxes out to his pickup truck, his face like a stone. He wouldn't look at me. I couldn't stand it. The silence from my mom's room, the grim determination from my dad, the falsely cheerful voices from the TV. I just had to get away from all of it. So I went to the one place in the house that was always just his, the man cave. It was really just the finished basement, but he'd made it his own. Panelled walls, that kind of cheap fake wood stuff from the 70s, a ugly green shag carpet that felt gritty under your feet. It smelled like old beer and sawdust from a project he'd never finished. There was a big brown corduroy recliner with a permanent dent in the seat and a TV on a stand with a VCR. That's where he'd watch his games or his action movies away from the rest of us. I went down there because it was the only place that still smelled like him, like his old spice deodorant and leather. I thought it would feel safe. I curled up in his recliner, pulling my knees to my chest, and just tried to breathe. The basement was always colder than the rest of the house, and that day it was freezing. I remember the cold seeping through my jeans from the vinyl arms of the chair. The only light came from a small, high window well that let in a weak, greyish rectangle of daylight. Dust motes danced in that single beam, and everything else was shadows. For a while I just sat there, listening to the thumps and bumps from upstairs as my dad finished loading his truck. Then, the front door slammed, hard, the kind of slam that shakes the whole house, and after that, it was quiet, really quiet. The kind of quiet where you can hear the hum of the refrigerator 2 floors up. That's when I felt it. The temperature dropped. I'm not talking about a little chill. I'm talking about a deep, penetrating cold that went right through my hoodie and into my bones. My breath started to puff out in front of me in little white clouds. I remember staring at it, confused. It was cold, but not that cold. It was a spring day. Then came the feeling of not being alone. It wasn't a sudden thing. It was a slow, creeping certainty that built in my chest, a heavy weight pressing down on my sternum. I wasn't scared at first, not in a panic kind of way. It was more like a dread, a deep, sinking feeling that something was in the room with me, something that had been there the whole time and had just decided to let me know. I didn't want to look. I kept my eyes glued to that single beam of light on the carpet, focusing on the dust particles as if my life depended on it. But you know how it is. Your body betrays you. My head started to turn, slowly, my neck muscles tight and protesting. It was standing in the darkest corner of the room, over by the workbench where my dad kept his tools. At first, my mind couldn't make sense of the shape. It was tall, man-sized, but it seemed to absorb the light around it, making the shadows in that corner deeper and more solid. It was just a silhouette, a cutout of nothingness. And then I saw the tears. They were black, not like ink, but like crude oil, thick and shiny. They were dripping from where its eyes should have been, sliding down a face that wasn't there. It didn't have features, no nose, no mouth, no eyes. Just a smooth, blank space where a face ought to be, and these two streams of black fluid welling up and falling, dripping onto the front of its chest. Body? I don't know what to call it. The drops didn't make a sound when they hit the floor. They just vanished. I should have screamed, I should have run, but I was frozen. Not just with fear, but with this overwhelming sadness. It wasn't putting out a vibe of anger or menace. It was grief, pure, undiluted, heartbreaking grief. It poured off this thing in waves, and it hit me like a physical force. A sob tore out of my throat. It wasn't a cry of fear. It was a deep, guttural, painful sob, the kind that comes from a place you didn't know you had, and then I just couldn't stop. I cried like I've never cried before or since. I slumped down in that recliner, curling into a ball, and I wept. My whole body shook with it. Tears and streams poured down my face, hot and messy. I was gasping for air, my chest heaving, my stomach cramping. It was the kind of crying you do when your dog dies, or when you finally understand that something is broken and can never be fixed. And the whole time I was aware of it, just standing there, weeping its black tears. We were crying together. My crying was loud and messy and human. Its was silent and endless. I felt its sadness in my own soul. It wasn't missing my dad, not specifically. It was missing us, the family, the life that had been in the house. It was mourning the end of an era, the shattering of whatever fragile peace and happiness had existed within those walls. I knew with a certainty that went deeper than any thought that this thing, this entity, was a part of the house, and it was heartbroken that we were leaving it behind. The whole thing probably lasted about half an hour. I lost track of time. I was just a vessel for this bottomless sorrow. I cried until I was empty, until my face was swollen and my head pounded, and I had no tears left. My body was just spent, and as my crying subsided into shaky, hitching breaths, I looked back at the corner. It was gone. The deep cold was gone too. The basement was just its usual slightly damp self. The beam of light from the window well was a little brighter. From upstairs, I could hear the faint, tinny sound of the TV still playing cartoons. I sat there for a long time, just feeling hollowed out. My limbs felt like lead. I was exhausted, but my mind was weirdly clear. The initial screaming terror was absent. What was left was a profound, aching sadness and a confused understanding. I finally managed to push myself up out of the chair. My legs were wobbly. I walked across the gritty carpet, past the spot where it had been standing. There was nothing there. No oily residue, no mark on the floor. Nothing. I trudged up the stairs, each step feeling like a major effort. When I pushed the door open at the top, the main floor of the house felt different. Emptier, yes, because my dad was gone, but also quieter in a way that had nothing to do with sound. The personality was gone. It was just a house again, a shell. I walked into the dining room. My mum was there, sitting at the table, staring at nothing. Her eyes were red-rimmed. She looked up at me, saw my own blotchy, tear-streaked face, and just gave me a sad, tired smile. She probably thought I'd been crying about my dad. I looked at the glass cabinets. They were perfectly still, silent, and I knew right then that the thing in the basement, the thing with the black tears, it wasn't a monster. It was just another part of the home that was breaking. It was a sad ghost or a memory or a piece of the house's soul, and it had been weeping for us, for the family that was leaving. It missed the kind ghosts, the laughter, the arguments, the life. It missed us. I never saw it again. We moved out a few months later, but sometimes, even now, if I hear a faint music box version of a nursery rhyme, I get this cold knot in my stomach, and I remember the feeling of those black tears and the shared devastating sorrow of that half hour in the basement, when something in the house cried with me because my world was falling apart. Story 5. Okay, so I've been sitting on this for a while, but I need to get it out. I've told a couple of people, and they just shrug it off or say I was lucky, but it's stuck with me, and I can't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. This happened last summer, on one of those hot, hazy days where the air feels thick and everything moves slow. I decided to take a drive out to this secluded beach, about an hour from the city. Just needed to clear my head. You know? Life had been piling up, and I thought some time alone with the ocean would help. I remember packing a cooler with a couple of drinks and some snacks, throwing on an old t-shirt and shorts, and heading out in my beat-up sedan. It's a Honda Civic, nothing fancy, but it's never let me down before. The drive was peaceful, windows down, radio playing some classic rock station that faded in and out. When I got to the beach, it was emptier than I expected, just a few gulls circling and the sound of waves crashing. I parked near the edge of the sand, thinking I'd walk a bit, but then I had this dumb idea to drive a little farther down the shore. I'd seen people do it in movies, and it looked fun. Big mistake. The sand was softer than I thought. 1 minute I'm cruising slowly, feeling the tires grip, and the next, the front end dips and I'm stuck. I mean really stuck. The wheels just sank in, and when I tried to reverse, they spun and dug deeper. My heart started pounding right away. I got out to look, and yeah, the rear tires were buried up to the axle. The sun was beating down, and I could feel sweat trickling down my back. I tried rocking the car, putting it in drive and reverse, but nothing. I even got down on my hands and knees to dig around the tires with my hands, but the sand kept collapsing back in. It was useless. I remember the panic setting in. My phone had no service out there, just one bar that came and went. I tried calling for help a few times, but it wouldn't go through. The beach was so quiet, just the wind and the waves, and it felt like I was the only person for miles. I started thinking about how long it would take for someone to find me. I had water and snacks, but not enough for more than a day. The tide was coming in too, and I worried it might reach the car. I could see the waterline creeping closer, and my stomach tightened with each wave. That's when he showed up. Out of nowhere, this older man just appeared, walking along the beach like he'd been there the whole time. I didn't hear a car or anything, he was just there. He looked to be in his 60s, with grey hair and a weathered face, wearing a simple plaid shirt and jeans. He had a calmness about him that immediately put me at ease, which was weird because I'd been freaking out seconds before. He came over and said, "Looks like you're in a bit of a bind." His voice was steady, kind of gravelly, like he'd smoked for years. I explained what happened, and he nodded like it was no big deal. He told me his name was Mario Zuniga and that he was a vet from the same city I live in. He said he'd been out for a walk and saw my car. At the time, I was so relieved I didn't think twice about it. He had a pickup truck parked a ways down the beach. I hadn't noticed it before, but it was an old Ford, kind of rusted but sturdy looking. He said he had a tow strap in the back and could help pull me out. We walked over to his truck, and I remember the sand feeling hot under my bare feet. I'd taken my shoes off earlier to dig. He pulled out this heavy-duty strap and hooked it to my car's front end and his truck's hitch. The whole time, he moved with this effortless efficiency, like he'd done it 100 times. He told me to get in my car and put it in neutral, and he'd do the pulling. I did, and with a slow, steady pull, my car came free from the sand. It was almost too easy. I felt this huge wave of gratitude, and I got out to thank him. We stood there for a minute, and I offered him some cash or to buy him a beer, but he just shook his head and smiled. He said he was happy to help, that he'd been in similar situations himself. Then he mentioned again that he was a vet from the city, and we talked a bit about neighborhoods. He knew the area well, mentioned a few spots I frequent, which made sense if he was local. But something felt off, even then. His eyes were a piercing blue, and they had this intensity, like he was seeing right through me, not in a creepy way, but deep. After he packed up his gear, he just said, "Take care," and drove off. I watched his truck disappear down the beach, and I felt this odd mix of relief and unease. I got back in my car, started it up, and drove carefully off the sand, making sure not to get stuck again. The whole way home, I kept thinking about Mario, how he'd appeared out of nowhere, how he'd known exactly what to do, how he didn't want anything in return. When I got home, later that evening, I decided to look him up. I mean, he said he was a vet from the city, so I figured I could find him online or in a directory, maybe send a thank you card or something, but I searched everywhere. Veteran databases, social media, even old phone books. Nothing. No Mario Zuniga listed anywhere in the city or surrounding areas. I tried different spellings, thinking maybe I misheard, but still nothing. It was like he didn't exist. That's when the chills started. I replayed the whole day in my head. How he'd known about the city, the specific places he mentioned. They were real, but he wasn't. I thought about the way he'd appeared and disappeared so quietly, no engine noise until he was driving away. The more I thought about it, the more it felt like a dream. But I know it wasn't. My car was fine, no damage, and I had sand all over my shoes and clothes to prove I'd been there. I've gone back to that beach a couple of times since, just to see if I'd spot him or his truck. But nothing. It's like he was a ghost or something, but that sounds crazy to say. Part of me wants to believe he was just a good Samaritan who keeps a low profile. But why no record at all? No one is that off the grid. Sometimes I lie awake at night, wondering if he was some kind of guardian angel, or if I imagined the whole thing. But I didn't. It happened, and I can't explain it. Story 6. It was the summer of 1999, and my mom was deep in the hunt for a new house. Our old place felt like it was shrinking around us, and she was determined to find something better, something with more light and space. I remember it was a Tuesday, a really humid day, where the air felt like a warm, wet blanket the second you stepped outside. I was 16, and I'd gone with her to a few showings, but that day, she decided to go alone. I had summer school, something about retaking algebra. I was actually jealous she was going without me. I loved imagining us in new spaces. The house was in a neighborhood called Westview, one of those nice, established areas with big trees whose roots were starting to crack the sidewalks. The kind of place that felt solid, safe. The house itself was this beautiful two-story made of stone and brick with a wide, welcoming porch. She told me later it looked like something from a postcard, the kind of house you'd point to and say, "That's the dream." She met the realtor, a woman named Susan, out front. Susan was all polished and cheerful, the kind of person whose smile you could hear in her voice. She was gushing about the original hardwood floors and the updated kitchen as she unlocked the front door. The second my mum stepped over the threshold, she said it felt like walking into a different kind of air. It wasn't cold, not exactly, but the humidity from outside just vanished, replaced by a stillness that was heavy, like the quiet in a library after everyone's gone home. The air felt thick to breathe and a little stale. She remembers thinking maybe the house had been closed up for a while, that it just needed some windows opened. But that was the first little prickle, the first signal that something was off. Susan was leading her through the living room, talking about crown molding. But my mum said her attention was already drifting. She felt watched. It's a cliché, she knows that, but that's the only way she can describe it. It was a specific, pressing feeling, like when you're in a store and you know a security camera is on you, but this felt more personal. She kept glancing over her shoulder, expecting to see Susan looking at her, but the realtor was just ahead, pointing out a fireplace. They moved into the dining room, and the feeling got stronger. Her skin started to crawl just a little. A faint sensation like tiny insects were marching up her arms. She rubbed them, thinking it was a draft, but there was no draft. The house was perfectly still. She tried to focus on what Susan was saying, something about a built-in hutch, but her eyes were being drawn to the corners of the room, to the doorway leading deeper into the house. It felt like the house itself was holding its breath. Then they went upstairs. The staircase was creaky, but in an old house way, nothing unusual. The upstairs hallway was long and dim, with doors on either side. Susan opened the first one on the right. "This would be a great guest room or home office," she said. My mom just nodded, not really listening. The feeling of being watched was so intense now, it was making her nauseous. It was a low-grade dread sitting in the pit of her stomach, a cold, hard knot. She felt a pressure behind her eyes, the beginning of a headache. She just wanted to get through the tour and leave. Susan moved to the next door. "And this," she said, swinging it open, "is the second bedroom. It gets wonderful light in the mornings." This was the room. It was a girl's bedroom. That was immediately obvious. The walls were painted a soft, powdery lavender. There was a white wooden bed with a frilly lavender and white comforter and a matching dresser. It was tidy but not sterile. It felt like someone had just left. There was a hairbrush on the dresser with a few long brown strands caught in the bristles. A small porcelain jewelry box shaped like a ballet slipper sat next to it. The air in here was different from the hall. Colder, sharper, it smelled faintly of dust and dried flowers, and then my mom saw the mirror. It was a floor-length mirror in a dark wooden frame, leaning against the wall opposite the bed. It was one of those old-fashioned tilt-top mirrors, the kind you'd see in a dressing room. For a second, she just saw her own reflection, a woman in her late 30s, looking tired and uneasy, standing in a lavender bedroom. Then her brain caught up with her eyes. Reflected in the mirror, she could see the ceiling above and behind her, and hanging from the ceiling fan was a girl. My mum said her whole body just locked up. It wasn't a choice. It was like every muscle, every nerve just froze solid. Her breath caught in her throat, a sharp, painful little gasp that she didn't even have the air for. The girl was maybe 14 or 15. She was wearing a thin white nightgown, the kind with little lace at the collar and sleeves. It was limp on her thin frame. Her head was tilted at a horrible, unnatural angle, her neck clearly broken. Her face was pale, almost grey, and her dark, lifeless eyes were wide open, staring at nothing. Her brown hair was messy, falling around her shoulders. A thick, coarse-looking rope was tied around her neck, the other end knotted to the central column of the ceiling fan. Her bare feet dangled a good foot off the floor, completely still. It was an apparition, a ghost, whatever you want to call it, but in that moment, it wasn't a story. It was a fact. It was there. My mum was seeing a dead girl hanging from a ceiling fan in the reflection of a mirror in a lavender bedroom. She couldn't look away from the mirror. She was trapped by the image. She could feel the cold from the room seeping into her bones, a deep, penetrating chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. Her heart was hammering against her ribs, a frantic, panicked beat that made her feel lightheaded. She could hear the blood rushing in her ears, a roaring sound that drowned out everything else. She felt a wave of pure, unadulterated terror, the kind that empties your mind of everything except the need to survive. She must have made a sound, a whimper or something, because Susan's voice cut through the static in her head. "Are you all right? You've gone white as a sheet." My mum finally managed to wrench her gaze away from the mirror. She turned her head, her neck stiff and protesting, and looked at the real ceiling fan. It was just a ceiling fan, a plain, white, ordinary ceiling fan with wooden blades. No rope, no girl, just empty air. She looked back at the mirror. Now it only showed her own horrified face and the empty room behind her. I, I'm fine, she stammered, but her voice was shaky and thin. It's just a little warm in here. She didn't believe that for a second, and she could tell Susan didn't either. The realtor's cheerful mask had slipped, and she was looking at my mum with genuine concern and a flicker of something else. Wariness. My mum couldn't get out of that room fast enough. She practically fled, her legs feeling like rubber. She didn't look back at the mirror. She didn't even want to be in the hallway. She just wanted to be downstairs, outside, in her car, anywhere but in that house. Susan followed her, her high heels clicking a rapid rhythm on the stairs. Would you like to see the backyard? There's a lovely patio. No, my mum interrupted, her voice firmer now, fueled by a fresh surge of adrenaline. She walked straight through the living room, not even glancing at the crown molding, and out the front door. The humid summer air hit her like a wall, but it was a relief. It was real air, air that belonged to the living. She stood on the porch, taking deep, gulping breaths, trying to steady herself. Her hands were trembling so badly she had to clasp them together. Susan came out after her, looking flustered. Is everything okay? Did something happen? My mum turned to her. The fear was starting to curdle into a cold, hard anger. She felt lied to. She felt like she'd been led into a trap. She looked Susan right in the eye. Did someone die in that house? She asked. Her voice was low and flat. Susan's face went carefully blank. It was a professional mask sliding back into place. I'm not aware of anything like that, she said smoothly. The previous owners were an elderly couple who moved to be closer to their family in Florida. My mum just stared at her. She knew with absolute certainty that Susan was lying. She could see it in the slight tightening around her mouth, the way her eyes darted away for a fraction of a second. The cheerful realtor persona was gone, replaced by a corporate shield. In the lavender bedroom, my mum pressed, her voice starting to shake again. The one with the mirror. Did a girl die in there? That's when Susan's mask cracked completely. Her eyes widened, just for a moment, and a flash of pure fear crossed her face. It was there and gone so fast my mum almost missed it, but she saw it. Susan knew. She knew exactly what my mum was talking about. I think we're done here, Susan said, her voice clipped. She fumbled with her keys, turning to lock the front door. I have another appointment. Please call the office if you have any further questions. She practically scurried to her car, not looking back. My mum just stood there on the sidewalk, watching her drive away. The beautiful stone and brick house loomed behind her, its windows now looking like dark, empty eyes. The postcard dream had become a nightmare. She drove home in a daze. She said the whole drive was a blur. She kept seeing that reflection in the mirror over and over. The limp nightgown, the tilted head, the open, sightless eyes. She could still feel the cold of that room on her skin. When she got home, she was still shaking. I was back from summer school, and I knew something was wrong the second she walked in. Her face was pale and drawn, and she had this distant, haunted look in her eyes that I'd never seen before. She told me everything right there in our kitchen. She didn't leave anything out. She described the heavy air, the feeling of being watched, the lavender room, and the girl in the mirror. She cried when she got to the part about the girl's face. She said she was just a child. She looked so alone. We never talked about moving to that house again. It was just off the table. A week or so later, my mum, unable to let it go, did some digging. This was before the internet was what it is now, so it took some work. She called a friend who worked at the county records office. She was vague about it, just said she was curious about a house she'd almost bought. Her friend called her back a few days later, her voice hushed. The information was there, but it was old. The elderly couple had owned the house for 20 years, but before them, it was a different story. A family had lived there in the late 70s. The father had a gambling problem, a bad one. He'd lost his job, and then he'd lost their savings. He'd taken out a second mortgage on the house and lost that too. They were about to lose everything. His daughter was 14 years old. Her name was Rebecca. One night, after a terrible fight, her father had stormed out. Her mother was hysterical, crying in their bedroom. Rebecca went to her own room, her lavender bedroom. She took a rope from the garage. She tied one end to the ceiling fan and the other around her neck, and she jumped from her bed. She was found the next morning by her mother. My mom hung up the phone and just sat at the kitchen table for a long time. She wasn't surprised. In a horrible way, it was a relief to have it confirmed. She hadn't imagined it. The feeling of despair in that room, the cold, the image in the mirror. It was all real. It was the echo of a terrible final moment that had happened 20 years earlier. She never went house hunting alone again. And she developed a thing about mirrors. Not all mirrors, just floor-length ones, especially the old-fashioned tilt-top kind. She can't have them in the house. If we're in a hotel room and there's one, she'll drape a towel over it. She says it's not the ghost she's afraid of seeing. It's the reflection of what's behind her. She's terrified of what she might see hanging there in the space she just left. She never saw the girl again. It was just that one Tuesday in the summer of 1999, in a beautiful house in a nice neighborhood, but it was enough. It was more than enough. Sometimes when it's late and the house is quiet, I'll see her looking at a blank wall or a dark window, and her eyes will get that distant look again, and I know she's back in that lavender room, frozen in front of that mirror, seeing something that nobody should ever have to see. She never got over it. I don't think you ever can. Story 7. It was one of those shifts that just drains you completely. You know the kind, where your feet ache, your head feels stuffed with cotton, and all you want is your own bed, your own silence. I'd been on my feet for 14 hours straight at the diner. The smell of old grease and coffee grounds felt like it had soaked into my skin, my clothes, my hair. My car, an old Corolla that rattled if you went over 50, was my sanctuary. I just needed to get home. This was last October. A Tuesday night, or maybe it was Wednesday morning by then. The clock on my dashboard had been stuck at 3:47 for months, so I never really knew. It was pitch black out. I was driving through the Shasta Trinity National Forest, the long, winding stretch of Highway 3 that cuts through the heart of it. It's a road I've driven 100 times, but never comfortably at night. There are no streetlights, no houses, just a narrow ribbon of asphalt. Walls of dense pine trees on either side, and a darkness so complete it feels like you're driving into nothing. My headlights only punched a weak yellow hole in the blackness. Beyond that tunnel, there was nothing. No moon, no stars, just a ceiling of clouds. The radio had given up an hour ago, fading into static hiss no matter what station I tried, so it was just me. The hum of my tired engine and the sound of my own breathing. I had my window cracked open a little, just to keep the air moving, to keep me awake. The air that came in was cold and smelled of damp earth and pine needles. It was the only clean smell I could get. I was gripping the steering wheel, my knuckles white, leaning forward a little like that would help me see better. My eyes were dry and gritty from staring into the dark. Every curve was a guess. Every shadow in the periphery looked like it moved. I remember thinking about the sheer emptiness of the place. If I broke down, I had no cell service. It would be hours before another car might come by, if one came by at all. I'd be alone out there, just me and whatever was in those woods. I shook the thought away. It was just fatigue talking. Spooky story nonsense. That's when I saw him. It wasn't a gradual thing. 1 second the road was empty. The next, he was just there. In the middle of my lane, a large man, I mean really large, broad-shouldered and tall, wearing a one-piece jumpsuit. It was a faded, dirty tan color, like something a mechanic would wear, but it looked too big on him in a weird, baggy way. He was just standing there, facing me, completely still. My heart didn't just jump, it slammed into my throat so hard I couldn't even scream. It was pure animal instinct. I didn't think, I just wrenched the steering wheel to the left, swerving into the oncoming lane. The tires squealed and the whole car shuddered. My body was thrown against the seatbelt. For a second, I was sure I was going to lose control, spin out and slam into the trees. But I didn't. The car straightened out, and I stomped on the gas, my foot trembling. I was panting, my whole body shaking. I glanced in the rearview mirror, expecting to see him still standing there, or maybe thrown to the side of the road. He was gone. The road behind me was just as empty as the road ahead. My first thought was, did I imagine that? The fatigue, the stress. Maybe I'd fallen asleep for a second and dreamed it. But my hands were still vibrating from the force of swerving. The smell of burned rubber was faintly in the car. I had felt the lurch of the car. That was real. And then I remembered the other detail, the one that made my skin go cold and tight. He was holding something. In his right hand, dangling by one leg, was a stuffed animal. It was a rabbit, I think, or maybe a bear. It was hard to tell because it was so filthy. It was a grimy, matted grey. And one of its button eyes was missing, leaving a dark, hollow socket. The other eye caught my headlights for that split second and reflected it back at me, a single shining point of light in the middle of all that dirt, a grown man, in the middle of the night, in the absolute middle of nowhere, holding a dirty, one-eyed stuffed toy. I kept driving, my foot heavy on the gas, the needle climbing past 60, then 70 on a road where 50 was pushing it. I couldn't stop checking the rearview mirror. Every shadow looked like a figure. Every pair of reflectors on a roadside sign looked like those two eyes, one bright, one missing. About 10 minutes later, I saw the glow of lights up ahead. A small roadside pullout, just a gravel lot with a couple of picnic tables and an old-fashioned phone booth, the kind with an actual door. And there was another car parked there. A beat-up blue pickup truck with its engine running and its headlights on. Relief washed over me so intensely I almost cried. Another person, another living soul who wasn't a hallucination in a jumpsuit. I swung my car into the lot, my tires crunching on the gravel, and pulled up next to the truck. There were two people inside, a man and a woman. They were just sitting there, not talking, staring straight ahead. The woman saw me, and her eyes went wide. She rolled down her window. I practically fell out of my car. My legs were like jelly. "Hey," I said, my voice coming out as a croak. "Hey, are you guys okay?" The man, who was in the driver's seat, looked at me. He had a tired, weathered face. He just nodded slowly. I just saw something back there," I stammered, pointing a thumb back the way I came. "A guy in the road, a big guy in a jumpsuit." The woman in the passenger seat looked at the man, then back at me. Her face was pale. "We saw him too," she said, her voice quiet. "About 15 minutes ago, we swerved around him just like you did." A weird, cold feeling settled in my gut. It wasn't just me. It was real. "Did you see what he was holding?" I asked. The woman nodded, her lips pressed into a thin line. A toy, a stuffed animal. We stood there for a moment in the cold, the only sound the idle rumble of their truck and my own ragged breathing. We should have been talking more, comparing notes, figuring out what to do, call the police. But there was no service. Drive to the next town together. But we didn't say any of that. There was a heavy, uncomfortable silence hanging over us. The man finally spoke. "We're just waiting a bit," he said, "letting things settle." I knew what he meant. He didn't want to get back on that road right away. Neither did I. But standing out here in this dark pullout felt just as bad. The trees around us felt like they were leaning in, listening. It felt like a trap, the woman said suddenly, her voice barely above a whisper. She wasn't looking at me. She was staring into the woods. You know, like in those stories, someone fakes being hurt or just stands there, and when you stop, others come out of the woods. That was it. She had put words to the formless dread that had been coiling in my stomach since I swerved. It wasn't just a weird, creepy guy. It was the setup, the remote location, the middle of the night, the sheer improbability of it. It felt staged, deliberate. The man in the driver's seat shifted uncomfortably. "We shouldn't talk about it," he said, his tone final. "Just don't." And that was the end of the conversation. The woman gave me a last, nervous look and rolled her window back up. They just went back to sitting there, staring ahead, a fortress on four wheels. I stood there for another minute, feeling completely alone again, even with them right there. The solidarity I'd felt moments before had evaporated, replaced by this shared, unspoken fear that was somehow worse. We had all seen it. We all knew. And we had all decided, without saying a word, to pretend it wasn't happening. I got back in my car. My hands were still shaking as I turned the key. I sat for a few minutes, just watching their truck. They didn't move. I knew I had to go. I couldn't stay here all night. I pulled back onto the highway, driving slower now, my eyes constantly scanning the edges of the forest. Every gap between trees was a potential doorway. Every noise my car made was a footstep. The image of the man was burned into my mind, the way he just stood, so unnaturally still. He wasn't waving for help. He wasn't confused. He was just placed there. And the stuffed animal, why the stuffed animal? It was such a specific, bizarre detail. It felt wrong, like a piece of a puzzle from a nightmare that doesn't fit anywhere. I thought about the couple, the way the man had shut down the conversation. We shouldn't talk about it. It was the same feeling I had, a superstitious fear that giving the thing a name, discussing it, would somehow make it more real or draw its attention. It was a primal, illogical fear, but in that moment, on that dark road, it felt like the only sensible rule to follow. The rest of the drive was a blur of tension. Every minute felt like an hour. I kept expecting to see him again, around the next bend, standing in the road, waiting. But the road stayed empty. When I finally saw the first few lights of the town ahead, the weak glow in the distance, I almost sobbed with relief. I didn't go to the police. What would I say? I saw a man with a toy. They'd write me off as a tired waitress who hallucinated. And honestly, a part of me was afraid that saying it out loud would make it real in a way that it wasn't out there in the woods. Out there, it was a secret between me, that couple, and the darkness. Bringing it into the bright, fluorescent light of a police station felt like a violation of some unspoken rule. I got home just as the sky was beginning to lighten from black to a deep, bruised grey. I locked my door, checked all the windows, and sat on my couch, still in my coat. I could still smell the forest air on my clothes, mixed with the scent of my own fear sweat. I've turned it over in my head 1,000 times since that night. The man, the jumpsuit, the stuffed animal, the couple who saw it too, but refused to speak its name. I've looked up news reports, checked missing persons, anything that could explain it. There's nothing. No reports of the escaped mental patient, no missing mechanic. Nothing. The part that haunts me the most, the part I can't shake, isn't the man himself. It's the silence that followed. The way we all saw this impossible, terrifying thing, and our only response, our collective instinctual decision, was to not talk about it. To drive away as fast as we could and pretend it never happened, as if by acknowledging it, we'd be inviting whatever it was to follow us home. And sometimes, in the dead of night, I lie awake and wonder if that was the trap all along. Not the man in the road, but the silence he left behind. And I can still see that single, shiny button eye staring back at me from the darkness, and I still don't know what any of it meant. Story 8. I remember the air felt heavy, like it does before a storm, but there wasn't a cloud in the sky. My car's headlights cut through the darkness as I turned into the driveway, but they didn't do much beyond the immediate area. The streetlight out front was the only thing casting any glow, and it made these long, weird shadows that seemed to stretch and move on their own. I parked and just sat there for a minute, gripping the steering wheel. My hands were sweaty and I could feel my heart thumping in my chest. I kept telling myself it was just the stalker stuff messing with my head, but something felt off, like the silence was too thick. I got out of the car and the gravel crunched under my shoes, way louder than usual. The duplex was dark, no lights on inside, which was weird because my mum should have been home with my kid. Maybe they were already asleep, but it was only around 9 o'clock. I fumbled for my keys in my purse, my fingers shaking so bad I almost dropped them. The keychain had a little flashlight on it, but the batteries were dead. Of course, right when I needed it. I finally got the key in the lock and turned it, the click echoing in the quiet. As I pushed the door open, the first thing that hit me was the smell, kind of musty, like old dust, but with this cold undertone that made the hairs on my arms stand up. The living room was ahead, and I could see the curtains drawn over the big window facing the street. The streetlight outside was casting a dim glow through them, enough to outline the furniture, but not much else. I reached for the light switch on the wall to my right, my hand brushing against the rough plaster. I flicked it up, but nothing happened. No click, no light, just darkness. I tried again, jiggling it a bit, thinking maybe it was loose, but still nothing. That's when I noticed my shadow on the curtains. It was my shadow, or at least it looked like it at first. From the streetlight behind me, it was projected onto the thin fabric of the curtains, this dark silhouette of me standing there. But then something shifted. I moved my arm slightly, expecting the shadow to follow, but it didn't. Instead, it kind of peeled away from the curtain, like it was detaching itself. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The shadow lifted off the fabric and just hung in the air for a second. Then it started to form into this three-dimensional shape. It wasn't flat anymore. It was like a person made of pure darkness, standing right there in the middle of the room. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. I thought maybe it was a trick of the light, or my eyes playing games because I was tired. But I took a step forward, and the figure didn't move with me. It just stayed put, solid and still. That's when the panic really set in. This wasn't my shadow. It was something else. I could feel the cold sweat breaking out on my forehead, and my legs felt like jelly. I flicked the light switch again, over and over, my fingers slamming against it so hard it hurt, but the lights wouldn't come on. The room stayed dark, and that thing just stood there, not moving, not making a sound. I don't know how long I stood there, maybe only a few seconds, but it felt like forever. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears, and I could feel this primal fear crawling up my spine. I remember thinking about my kid and my mum, wondering if they were okay, but I couldn't move toward them. All I could do was stare at that figure. It was tall, maybe 6 feet, with no distinct features, just a black outline that seemed to absorb the little light there was. It didn't have eyes, but I felt like it was looking right at me. Then, without thinking, I slammed the door shut. The sound was explosive in the quiet, and I turned and ran. I didn't look back. I just bolted for my car, my feet slipping on the gravel. I could hear my own ragged breathing, and tears were starting to blur my vision. I yanked the car door open, scrambled inside and locked the doors. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely hold my phone. I dialed my best friend's number, my thumb slipping on the screen a couple times before it connected. She answered on the second ring, and I just blurted out that I needed help, that something was wrong at home. I was crying so hard I could barely get the words out, but she didn't ask questions. She just said she was on her way. I sat there in the car, hugging myself, watching the duplex through the windshield. Everything looked normal from the outside, but I knew what I'd seen. The streetlight still cast those long shadows, and I kept expecting that figure to appear in the window, but it didn't. My friend showed up in what felt like both an eternity and no time at all. She pulled up behind my car, and I got out and ran to her vehicle, practically jumping into the passenger seat. I didn't look back at the house. She drove me to her place, and I spent the next couple hours just shaking, trying to explain what happened between sobs. She made me tea, but I couldn't drink it. My hands were too unsteady. Later that night, my mum called. She'd gotten home from visiting a friend and found the door unlocked and the lights off. When I told her what happened, she didn't dismiss it. She's always been superstitious. She went back inside with a bottle of holy water she kept from church and sprinkled it around the house. She said the lights came on as soon as she flipped the switch, like nothing was ever wrong. The next day, she called a priest to come bless the place. And after that, we never had any issues. No more strange shadows, no lights flickering, nothing, but that memory has stuck with me. I still get chills thinking about it, especially when I'm alone in the dark. What was that thing? Why did it happen that night? I'll never know, and that's what haunts me the most. It's like this unsolved puzzle in my head that I can't shake, no matter how much time passes. Story 9, Nidosit. Okay, so I've never really shared this with anyone outside my family, but I guess it's time to get it off my chest. This happened about 5 years ago, when I was in my early 20s. My grandma had passed away a few months before, and we were all still dealing with it. Her house was in this remote village in northern England, one of those places where everyone knows everyone, and the nearest proper town is a good half-hour drive away. The house itself was old, like really old, probably built in the 1800s, and it had that damp, dusty smell that never really goes away no matter how much you clean. I'd been there plenty of times as a kid, usually for family gatherings or holidays, but I'd never stayed overnight alone. After Grandma died, my parents and I would go up on weekends to start clearing out her things, but it was always a day trip. We'd drive back before dark because, honestly, the place gave me the creeps even then, not in an obvious way, just little things. The way the floorboards groaned when you walked, or how the shadows seemed to move in the corners of your eyes. My parents would laugh it off, saying it was just an old house settling, but I always felt like there was more to it. Anyway, on this particular day, I decided to stay over. I don't know why I did it, maybe to prove something to myself, or maybe because I felt guilty that we hadn't spent more time there since Grandma died. It was a Friday, and I drove up alone in the afternoon. The weather was typical for up north, grey skies, a fine drizzle that never quite turned into rain, and that chill that gets into your bones. As I pulled up to the house, it looked smaller than I remembered, kind of hunched under the weight of the overgrown garden. The gate squeaked when I pushed it open, and I remember thinking how quiet everything was. No birds, no cars, just the wind rustling the trees. I let myself in with the key my mom had given me. The inside was exactly as I'd left it the last time, cold and still. The furniture was all covered in white sheets because we'd started packing things away, but we hadn't gotten far. I dropped my bag in the hallway and just stood there for a minute, taking it all in. The air felt heavy, like it was pressing down on me, and I could smell that mix of old wood and mothballs. I walked into the living room where Grandma used to sit by the fireplace, and for a second I almost expected to see her there. But of course the chair was empty. It hit me then how much I missed her, and I felt a lump in my throat, but I shook it off. I didn't want to get emotional. I spent the next couple of hours tidying up a bit, mostly just moving boxes around and wiping down surfaces. Every little noise made me jump, the fridge humming on in the kitchen, the pipes clanking when I ran water. At one point I heard what sounded like footsteps upstairs, but when I went to check, there was nothing. I told myself it was just the house, you know, old places make noises. But deep down, I was already on edge. I remember looking out the window and seeing the daylight fading fast. The village doesn't have streetlights, so once it gets dark, it's proper dark. Like, can't see your hand in front of your face dark. I'd brought a torch, but I still felt uneasy. As evening rolled in, I made myself some dinner, just a sandwich from the stuff I'd brought, and ate it at the kitchen table. The silence was deafening. I tried to put on some music from my phone, but the signal was patchy and it kept cutting out. So I gave up and just sat there, listening to the clock tick in the hallway. It was one of those old grandfather clocks, and it had always been a bit off, chiming at random times. Grandma used to say it had a mind of its own. Sitting there alone, it felt like the clock was watching me, each tick counting down to something. I decided to head to bed early, mostly because there was nothing else to do. The bedroom I always used was upstairs at the end of the hall, Grandma's old room. It felt weird sleeping in there, but it was the only one with a decent bed since the others were piled with boxes. I changed into my pajamas and brushed my teeth in the bathroom down the hall. The mirror was foggy from the damp, and my reflection looked pale and tired. I remember avoiding eye contact with myself, like I was afraid of what I might see. When I got into bed, the sheets were cold and slightly damp, even though I'd aired them out earlier. The mattress sagged in the middle, and it smelled faintly of lavender, which Grandma always used. I lay there for what felt like ages, staring at the ceiling. The room was pitch black, except for a sliver of moonlight coming through the curtains. But it wasn't enough to see anything clearly. Every little sound seemed amplified. The wind outside, the creak of the house, even my own breathing. I kept thinking about stories my parents had told me over the years, little things that happened in the house. Like how Mum once swore she saw a shadow figure in the hallway, or how Dad said he heard whispering when no one was around. I'd always brushed it off as imagination, but lying there alone, it didn't seem so far-fetched. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake. Not slowly, like you usually wake up, but all at once, like someone had dumped ice water on me. My eyes snapped open, and for a second, I didn't know where I was. Then it hit me. The darkness, the silence, the cold. But that wasn't what woke me up. What woke me was the hand. I felt it holding mine, not just touching, but gripping it. Like someone was squeezing my fingers. It was real, solid. I could feel the pressure, the warmth, or lack of it. The hand felt cold, almost clammy, and it was firm, like it wasn't letting go. My own hand was lying on the duvet, and this other hand was wrapped around it, palm to palm. I froze. My heart started hammering in my chest so hard I thought it would burst out. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe properly. I was hyperventilating, my breath coming in short, ragged gasps. Sweat was pouring down my face and back, soaking through my pajamas. I could feel the dampness on my skin, the chill in the air. But this hand was there, holding me. I don't know how long it lasted, maybe a few seconds, maybe a minute, but it felt like an eternity. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. Was I dreaming? But it felt too real. The weight of the hand, the texture of the skin. It felt rough, like an older person's hand with bony fingers. I thought of Grandma, and for a split second I wondered if it was her, but that didn't make sense. Why would she be holding my hand in the dark? And why did it feel so wrong? Then, as suddenly as it started, the grip loosened and the hand was gone. Just like that. Vanished. I yanked my hand back, clutching it to my chest like it was burned. I was shaking all over, my teeth chattering from the cold or the fear, I don't know which. I fumbled for the lamp on the bedside table, my fingers slipping on the switch because they were so sweaty. Finally, I clicked it on, and light flooded the room. I blinked, my eyes adjusting, and looked around. Nothing. No one. The room was exactly as I'd left it. The door closed, the curtains drawn, no signs of anyone else. I checked under the bed, in the wardrobe, even behind the door. Empty. But I could still feel the ghost of that hand on mine, like an imprint. My skin was tingling, and I had this overwhelming urge to wash my hand, to get rid of the feeling. I stumbled out of bed and into the hallway, my legs wobbly. The torch was on the table downstairs, but I didn't want to go down there in the dark. So I stayed in the bedroom, pacing back and forth, my heart still pounding. I kept looking at my hand, expecting to see marks or something, but there was nothing. just my own pale skin. I didn't sleep again that night. I sat on the edge of the bed with the light on, watching the door, every muscle tense, every noise made me jump. The clock chiming downstairs, the wind rattling the window pane. I felt like I was being watched, like something was just out of sight, waiting. I thought about calling my parents, but it was the middle of the night, and I didn't want to scare them. Plus, what would I say? Hey, I felt a hand holding mine in the dark. They'd think I'd lost it. As soon as the sun started to come up, I packed my things and got out of there. I didn't even bother with breakfast or cleaning up. I just threw everything in the car and drove off. The village was still asleep, no one around, and I remember feeling a sense of relief as I left the house behind. But even in the car with the radio on, I couldn't shake the feeling. My hand still felt cold, and I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something. I never stayed in that house again. When I told my parents what happened, they didn't laugh or dismiss it. Mom just nodded and said she'd had similar experiences, like feeling a presence in the room or hearing footsteps when no one was there. Dad mentioned that once, when he was a kid, he woke up to see a figure standing by his bed, but it vanished when he turned on the light. We never talked about it much after that, and eventually we sold the house. But that night, that hand, it stuck with me. I still dream about it sometimes, and I wake up sweating, my heart racing. I don't know what it was, and I don't think I ever will. All I know is that it felt real, and it scared me more than anything ever has. Story 10. It was the third summer after my father-in-law died, and we were opening up the lake house for the season. I always hated this job. The place would be musty and cold, full of dead flies on the windowsills, and that stale, closed-up smell that takes a whole day of open windows to air out. My wife, Sarah, was inside unpacking kitchen supplies, and I was outside, dealing with the water pump at the back of the house. The pump house is this little wooden shed, maybe 4 feet by 4 feet, tucked right against the trees where the forest starts to get thick. It's always dark and damp in there, smells like wet earth and old metal. I was on my knees fiddling with the pressure switch, my jeans getting soaked from the damp concrete floor. My back was to the open doorway, and all I could see was a slice of the lake glittering through the trees. That's when I heard the first sound. It wasn't a branch snapping or an animal rustling. It was a soft, deliberate shh sound, like something heavy being dragged slowly across the wooden floor of the main house. I froze, my hand still on the wrench. The sound stopped. I held my breath, listening so hard my ears started to ring with the silence. Nothing. Just the normal lake sounds. The gentle lap of water. A distant bird. I shook my head, told myself it was a squirrel on the roof or the old house settling. I went back to the pump, tightening a fitting, my mind already moving on to the next task, getting the fridge running. Then I heard it again. Shh. A little quicker this time. It was unmistakably the sound of that big woven rag rug in the living room being pulled across the floorboards. My heart started thumping, a dull, heavy beat in my chest. I slowly pulled my head out of the pump house and looked toward the back door of the main cabin. From my angle, I could see a sliver of the living room through the screen door, and the rug was wrong. It was usually centered between the couch and the fireplace. Now, one corner of it was tucked under the leg of an armchair, like it had been yanked. A cold trickle of sweat, completely separate from the humid summer air, ran down my spine. This wasn't right. I stood up, my knees cracking, and walked slowly to the back door. The living room was empty, quiet. The only thing out of place was that rug. I stood there for a full minute, just staring at it, trying to come up with a logical reason. A draft? The house was sealed up tight. Sarah? She was in the kitchen, and I could hear her humming softly, the clink of plates. She wouldn't have moved it and not said anything. I didn't say anything to her. What would I say? Hey, honey, think the rug moved itself? She'd have given me that look, the one that says I've been working too hard, so I just went back outside, my skin feeling too tight, and finished with the pump. The whole time, the back of my neck was prickling, like I was being watched from the trees. A couple hours later, we were taking a break on the porch. The water was on, the fridge was humming, and we were sitting in the old Adirondack chairs with bottles of beer. The sun was warm on my face, and for a little while I'd almost forgotten about the rug. I was looking out at the lake, watching the light dance on the water, feeling the first real sense of peace since we'd arrived. That's when the acorn hit me. It didn't fall from a tree. There are no oak trees directly over the porch. It came from the side, from the direction of the living room window. It hit me right on the temple, hard enough to sting and leave a little red mark. It wasn't a pebble or a piece of bark. It was a perfect brown acorn, the cap still firmly attached. I jerked my head around. What the hell? Sarah looked over. What? Something hit me. I was rubbing my temple, the spot already tender. Probably a beetle or something, she said, turning back to the lake. I looked down at my feet. There it was, the acorn, resting on the worn grey boards of the porch. I picked it up. It was cool and smooth. My mouth went dry. There was no one there, no kids playing nearby, no squirrels chucking nuts at me from a branch. The window was closed. It had come from inside the house. I didn't say anything. I just put the acorn in my pocket, the weight of it feeling impossibly heavy. The rest of the afternoon was tense for me, but normal for Sarah. We unpacked more boxes, aired out the bedrooms. Every little creak of the floorboards made me jump. I found myself talking to the empty air in my head. Okay, Frank, I get it. You're here. Hello. Frank was Sarah's dad. He loved this place more than anyone. He built most of it with his own hands. He died of leukemia, a long, slow fade that was horrible to watch. In the end, he was just skin and bones in a hospital bed, but his eyes would still light up when we talked about the lake house. He said the sound of the loons at night was the only thing that ever truly quieted his mind. Later, I was in the main bedroom trying to get the musty smell out of the closet. I pulled out a box of old linens, and on top was this ridiculous yellow Pikachu bathrobe. It was Frank's. He bought it as a joke one year, but he ended up loving the damn thing. It was thick, plush terry cloth, bright yellow, with the stupid smiling face on the back. Sarah couldn't bring herself to get rid of it. I set the box down on the floor and turned back to the closet to see if there were any mothballs in there. I had my back to the room for maybe 5 seconds. I heard a soft whoomp. I turned around. The bathrobe was no longer in the box. It was on the floor, in the middle of the room, in a heap. As I watched, my brain refusing to process what I was seeing, the heap twitched, then it sort of inflated. It wasn't like someone put it on. It was like an invisible gust of wind filled it out for a split second, puffing up the torso and the hood, and then it launched itself at me. It didn't float. It didn't drift. It flew. A wad of heavy, wet-feeling terry cloth smacked into my chest with enough force to make me take a step back. The hood flopped over my face, and for a second I was blind, engulfed in the smell of old laundry and something else. Something faintly metallic, like the smell of the pump house. I let out a choked sound, a mix of a gasp and a yell, and clawed the thing off me, throwing it back onto the floor. My heart was hammering against my ribs like it wanted out. I was breathing in ragged gulps. I stood there, staring at the robe lying innocently on the floorboards. It looked like a bathrobe again, just a stupid, inanimate object. But my chest still stung from the impact, and that smell was in my nose. I backed out of the room and went to find Sarah. She was in the kitchen, wiping down counters. She took one look at my face and stopped. "What's wrong? You're white as a sheet." I tried to keep my voice steady. "Something just happened. With your dad's bathrobe." She frowned, her concerned face already shifting into her skeptical face. "What about it?" It came out of the box. It flew at me." She put the sponge down. "Flew at you?" "Yeah, like it moved on its own. It hit me in the chest. She let out a short sigh, the one I knew well. Honey, you've been stressed. This place is a lot of work to open up. Maybe you knocked the box over and it fell on you. It didn't fall. I could hear the desperation in my own voice. It was on the other side of the room. I was facing the closet. I turned around and it was just there. And then it moved. It's an old house, she said, her tone gentle but firm. Drafts. You said you got the air circulating. Maybe a weird pressure change. And that robe is heavy. It could have just slid out. This was the wall I always hit with her. Logic. Reason. She wasn't being mean about it. She just lived in a world where everything had an explanation. I felt a hot flush of frustration. She hadn't been there. She hadn't felt the weight of it. Fine, I said, my voice tight. Forget it. I turned and walked out onto the porch, needing the air. The sun was lower now, casting long shadows from the pine trees. The lake was turning a deep, dark blue. It should have been beautiful. But all I felt was a deep, crawling unease. I felt alone, and worse, I felt like I was going crazy. Maybe she was right. Maybe it was stress. Maybe I was imagining things. We had a silent, tense dinner. After we cleaned up, she went to take a shower. I stayed in the living room, sitting on the couch, staring at the fireplace. The rug was still askew. I hadn't fixed it. I was almost afraid to touch it. I heard the shower turn on, the pipes groaning in the walls. I got up and went into the kitchen to get a glass of water. I was leaning against the counter, drinking it, looking out the window at the now black lake, when I heard a noise from the living room, a soft, rhythmic creak. I knew that sound. It was the sound one of the bar stools at the kitchen island made when you sat on it. The one with the slightly loose leg. My blood went cold. Sarah was in the shower. I was in the kitchen. The living room was empty. The creak came again, then a slow, deliberate tap, like a finger tapping on the granite countertop. I didn't want to look. I seriously considered just walking out the back door and getting in the car, but I made myself turn my head. The living room was dim, lit only by the faint glow from the kitchen, and there it was, one of the tall wooden bar stools. It was no longer tucked under the island. It was out in the middle of the floor between the island and the rug, and it was rocking, just slightly back and forth, creak, creak. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I just stood there, my hand frozen around the glass of water, watching this stool rock by itself in the dark room. Then it stopped rocking. It went perfectly still. For a second, nothing happened. The only sound was the distant rush of the shower, and then the stool jumped. It didn't fall over. It didn't get knocked. It jumped. All four legs left the floor at the same time. It was only an inch, maybe two, but it was a clean, vertical hop. It landed with a solid, definitive thump on the wooden floor. The sound echoed in the silent house. At that exact moment, the shower turned off. I was still standing there, paralyzed, when Sarah walked into the kitchen a minute later, her hair wrapped in a towel, wearing her pajamas. She saw my face, saw me staring into the living room. "What is it now?" she asked, her voice tired. I couldn't speak. I just pointed a trembling finger. She followed my gaze to the bar stool, sitting out in the middle of the floor. She sighed. "Did you pull that out? I wish you'd put things back where they—" I finally found my voice. It was a hoarse whisper. "Sarah, I was in here. You were in the shower. Look at it." She looked at the stool. Then she looked back at me, and for the first time she saw the pure, unvarnished terror on my face. It wasn't frustration anymore. It was fear. Real, physical fear. She walked past me into the living room and stood in front of the stool. She reached out a hand, like she was going to touch it, but pulled back. She just stared at it, her head tilted, and then her expression changed. The skepticism melted away, replaced by a slow dawning, profound confusion. Her eyes got wide, and her bottom lip started to tremble. "It's Dad's stool," she whispered. It was. It was the one he always sat on, the one with the loose leg that he was always meaning to fix but never got around to, the one he'd sit on for hours, drinking his coffee and looking at the lake. She turned to me, her eyes filling with tears. Not sad tears. Something else. Or shock. "It moved?" she asked, her voice small. I just nodded, my own eyes stinging. She looked back at the stool, and a weird, choked little sob escaped her. Then she smiled, a watery, broken smile. "He's saying hello." We both stood there for a long time, not saying anything, just looking at that stupid wooden stool in the middle of the floor. The fear I'd felt all day was still there, a cold knot in my stomach, but it was now mixed with something else. A sense of recognition. The acorn, the rug, the bathrobe, the stool. They weren't threatening. They were just things. His things. It was like he was tidying up, rearranging his home, letting us know he was still around. We never put the stool back under the island. We left it right there, in the middle of the floor, for the rest of our stay. Every time I walked past it, a chill would run down my arms. But it was a different kind of chill now. It was the chill you get when you realize that the world is so much bigger and stranger than you ever thought, and that the people you love never really leave you. We went to bed late that night. The house was quiet. The loons started calling out on the lake, their cries echoing across the water, lonesome and beautiful. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to them. I thought about Frank, about how much he loved that sound, and for the first time since he died, I felt like he was truly, actually at peace, and for a moment, so was I. Then, just as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard it. A soft, familiar sound from the kitchen. A single, gentle creak. Story 11. It all started on a clear night, I'd say around 1 in the morning. I couldn't sleep. My mind was racing with all sorts of crap, you know how it is. Work stress, personal stuff, just the usual noise that keeps you up. So I decided to go outside and stare at the stars for a bit. I live in a semi-rural area, not too far from town, but far enough that the light pollution isn't terrible. My backyard has this little patch of grass where I sometimes lay down a blanket and just look up. That night, the sky was incredibly clear. No moon, just a blanket of stars, the kind that makes you feel small but in a good way. The air was cool, not cold, but with that slight chill that makes you pull your hoodie tighter. I could hear crickets chirping, and every now and then a dog barking in the distance. Normal stuff. I was lying there on an old fleece blanket I'd dragged out, my hands behind my head, just tracing constellations I barely remember from high school. My thoughts were all over the place, worrying about bills, about my relationship, about whether I'm doing anything meaningful with my life. You know, the deep late-night stuff that hits you when you're alone. At some point, I found myself staring at this one bright star. It might have been Vega or something, but I'm not sure. And then, without really thinking, I kind of asked in my head, I just want to see the truth. Not out loud, just a silent, desperate thought. I wasn't expecting anything to happen. It was more like a prayer or a wish thrown into the universe, the way you do when you're feeling lost. The second I finished that thought, something happened. I swear it was instantaneous. That star I was looking at, it fell. Not like a meteor shower where you see a streak and it's gone, but this one dropped straight down, like a pebble tossed into a pond. It was quick, but I saw it clearly. My heart jumped into my throat, and I sat up straight, my blanket bunching under me. I thought, no way did I just see that? But before I could even process it, something else appeared. Right where the star had been, this round, yellowish light popped into view. It wasn't like any star or plane I'd ever seen. It was fuzzy around the edges, kind of like when you look at a light through foggy glasses, but it had a steady glow, not blinking, and it started moving, not in a straight line, but erratically, side to side, up and down, like a shaky sparkler someone was waving around. It reminded me of those 4th of July sparklers we used to play with as kids, but way bigger and in the sky. The movement was jittery, almost nervous, like it was alive. I froze, my eyes glued to it. My breath caught in my chest, and I could feel my pulse thumping in my ears. The crickets seemed to have gone quiet, or maybe I just stopped hearing them. The light hovered there for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. Then it darted to the left, stopped abruptly, and shot upward before dipping down again. It was covering a lot of distance, but it didn't make a sound. Nothing. Just silence, except for the blood rushing in my head. I remember thinking, this isn't right. Planes don't move like that. Drones don't either. I've seen drones before, and they're more controlled with that buzzing noise. This was silent and chaotic. Then it flew behind these high clouds that were drifting by. The clouds were thin, wispy things, and I could still see the light through them, but it was muted, like a dim bulb behind a curtain. It moved behind one cloud, reappeared, then vanished behind another. I kept staring, my neck craned, my body tense. I felt a cold sweat break out on my back, even though the air was cool. Part of me was fascinated. This was something unbelievable, something I'd only heard about in stories, but another part was terrified. What if this was it? What if I was seeing something not from here, an ET encounter like people talk about? The thought made my stomach twist. I've always been skeptical about UFOs, but in that moment, all my doubts evaporated. This was real, and it was happening to me. I don't know how long I stood there watching, but eventually the light disappeared completely. It didn't fade or shoot off into space. It just went behind a cloud and didn't come out. I waited, maybe 5 or 10 minutes, my eyes scanning the sky, but nothing. The stars were back to normal, twinkling innocently. I felt a weird mix of disappointment and relief. My legs were stiff from standing so still, and I shivered, realizing how cold I'd gotten. I folded up my blanket, my hands trembling a little, and went back inside. The house was quiet, dark, except for the glow of the digital clock on the microwave. It read 1:45 or something. I didn't pay close attention. I locked the door behind me, something I don't always do, and went straight to the kitchen. I poured myself a glass of water, but my hand was shaking so much that water sloshed over the rim. I drank it anyway, the coolness doing nothing to calm the buzzing in my head. I kept replaying what I'd seen. Was it a satellite? A weather balloon? But no. Satellites move steadily, and balloons don't dart around like that. This thing had intelligence behind it, or at least that's how it felt. I decided to go to bed, hoping sleep would make sense of it. My bedroom is upstairs, and the climb felt longer than usual. I changed into pajamas, my movements slow, like I was in a daze. When I lay down, the sheets were cool against my skin, and I pulled the comforter up to my chin. I closed my eyes, but I could still see that yellowish light imprinted on my eyelids. My mind was racing, going over every detail, the way it moved, the silence, the timing, right after my thought. It felt connected, but that sounded crazy, so I tried to push it away. Then, just as I was starting to drift off, I felt it, a light pressure in my head. Not a headache, nothing painful. It was subtle, like someone was gently pressing their fingers against my temples, but from the inside. At first I thought it was just stress or fatigue, but it grew slowly. It felt warm, almost like my brain was soaking in something. The best way I can describe it is like my brain was soaked in warm, loving juice. Yeah, that sounds weird, but it's the only thing that fits. It was a soothing, liquid warmth that spread through my skull, down into my neck and shoulders. It didn't hurt. In fact, it felt healing, like when you sink into a hot bath after a long day. But at the same time, it was terrifying because I had no control over it. I lay there completely still, my eyes wide open in the dark. I could feel my heartbeat slow down, my breathing even out, but my mind was screaming, "What is this? Is this a stroke? Am I hallucinating?" but it felt too real, too physical. The warmth seemed to pulse gently, rhythmically, like a slow heartbeat. It was as if something was inside my head, comforting me, but also probing. I didn't hear voices or see images, just this overwhelming sensation of being cared for, almost loved, and that made it even scarier. Why would I feel loved by something I didn't understand? I thought back to the light in the sky, and a chill ran down my spine. Was this related? It had to be. I tried to move, to sit up, but my body felt heavy, relaxed in a way that wasn't natural. It was like I was pinned down by this warmth. I could wiggle my toes, flex my fingers, but any big movement seemed too effortful. So I just lay there, trapped in this bizarre experience. The pressure wasn't constant. It ebbed and flowed, sometimes stronger near the back of my head, then shifting to the front. I remember focusing on the ceiling, even though it was pitch black, and trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was a blood pressure thing or anxiety. But I've had anxiety attacks before, and this was nothing like that. This was external, like an outside force was doing this to me. Time lost meaning. It could have been minutes or hours. I have no idea. Eventually, the sensation started to fade. The warmth drained away slowly, leaving behind a faint tingling, like pins and needles, but without the numbness. When it was completely gone, I finally managed to sit up. My head felt clear, lighter somehow, but also empty. I reached for my phone on the nightstand, my hand fumbling in the dark. The screen lit up, blinding me for a second. It was 3 a.m. I'd been in bed for over an hour, but it felt like seconds. I got up and went to the bathroom, splashed water on my face. My reflection in the mirror looked normal, maybe a little pale, but nothing out of the ordinary. I kept expecting to see something different, but no. I went back to bed, but sleep didn't come easy. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, going over everything, the star falling, the light, the head thing. It all felt connected, like a sequence of events that was meant to happen. But why me? And what was the truth I asked for? I didn't feel any wiser or enlightened, just confused and scared. The next day I tried to tell myself it was a dream or a coincidence, but I know it wasn't. I've gone out stargazing since then, but I avoid that spot in the yard, and I never ask any questions in my head. Nothing like that has happened again, but the memory is stuck with me. I still feel that warmth sometimes when I'm falling asleep, and it jolts me awake. I don't know what it was. Aliens, some kind of psychological event, or something else entirely. But it happened, and I can't explain it. That's the thing that gets me the most, not knowing, and I doubt I ever will. Story 12. All right, I'll just get this out. I've been putting it off for a while, but I need to write it down somewhere, and this seems like the place. I don't know if anyone will believe me, or if they'll just think I was being paranoid, but every time I close my eyes, I'm back there, in that tent, listening. It was the middle of August, and I'd driven up to Denali National Park for a 3-day solo trip. I've done this before, lots of times. I'm not some rookie who doesn't know how to hang a food bag. But this time was different from the start. The air felt heavy, you know, not just with the usual Alaska chill, but with something else, a kind of silence that was too loud. I'd picked a spot not too far from the road, but just deep enough to feel properly alone. It was near this old, weathered cabin that, according to a ranger I'd chatted with, was used by fishermen during the salmon runs. It was locked up tight, windows dusty, looking like it hadn't seen anyone in months. It gave the place a feeling of being temporarily abandoned, like I was camping in someone else's empty backyard. Setting up camp was the usual routine. Unpack the car, wrestle with the tent poles, the whole deal. The sun was still high, casting long, sharp shadows through the spruce trees. It was during this, while I was hammering in the last tent stake, that I noticed it. A small, metal box, bolted to a post near the cabin's front step. It was one of those weatherproof containers for logbooks. Curiosity got the better of me. I pried the lid open. Inside was a standard issue notebook, the kind with the green waterproof cover. The pages were a bit curled and damp, filled with the scrawls of different people. Most of it was the usual stuff. Caught a 20-inch rainbow trout here July 5th. Beautiful sunrise this morning. Mosquitoes are brutal. I flipped through it with a smile, enjoying the little snippets of other people's trips. Then I saw it. The entry was dated just 2 days prior. The handwriting was messy, hurried. Large grizzly in camp this morning. Woke up to sounds of it rummaging around the fire pit. Saw it from the cabin window. Big male, dark coat, distinctive hump. It lingered for maybe 20 minutes, just sniffing around, then ambled off towards the river. Be aware. Bear canister is a must. Felt like it was checking the place out. My smile vanished. I read it again, and then a third time. 2 days. It was here 2 days ago, a big male. My eyes immediately left the page and started scanning the tree line. The forest, which had felt peaceful and welcoming minutes before, now felt like a wall hiding something. I closed the book and put it back, my hands feeling clumsy. The rest of the camp setup was done, with a new kind of focus. I was hyper-aware of every sound, every movement in the periphery. I triple-checked my bear canister, making sure the lid was sealed tight. I wiped down my cooking gear with obsessive thoroughness, even though I hadn't used it yet. I even changed my shirt because the one I was wearing had a bit of lunch smell on it. It felt stupid, but the logic was screaming in my head. He was just here. He knows this spot. That's when I started really looking at the ground. The soil was soft near the fire pit. A patch of dirt cleared of needles, and there they were. At first, I thought they were just random depressions, but then the shape clicked in my brain. A bear track. It was huge. The front pad was wider than my hand, with my fingers splayed out. The claw marks, 5 of them, were like gouges in the earth, longer than my fingers. They were faded at the edges, softened by a light rain we'd had the night before, but the impression was deep. This wasn't a small black bear. This was exactly what the logbook said. A grizzly, a big one. I stood up, my heart hammering against my ribs. It was one thing to read about it in a book. It was another thing entirely to see the physical proof pressed into the dirt where I was about to make my dinner. The space between the tracks was wide, telling me it wasn't in a hurry. It had just been walking, prowling. The rest of the afternoon was a write-off. Any peace I'd hoped to find was gone, replaced by a low-grade humming anxiety. I tried to read my book, but the words just blurred together. I'd read a sentence. Then my eyes would dart up, scanning the same section of trees for the 10th time in a minute. Every chipmunk rustle in the leaves made me jump. The normal sounds of the forest, the chatter of squirrels, the call of a distant bird, suddenly felt like a cover for something else. As the sun began to dip below the mountains, casting the world in a deep orange twilight, the real dread started to set in. Night was coming. I was going to have to get into that thin nylon tent and just lie there. I cooked my dinner, a simple dehydrated meal, as fast as I could, my head on a swivel. The steam from the pot suddenly seemed like a giant beacon. Come and get it. I ate quickly, barely tasting it, then scrubbed the pot with sand and water far away from my tent site. I stashed everything, toothpaste, deodorant, even a pack of gum, into the bear canister and hauled it a good 100 yards away, tying it up in a tree. I remember my fingers were shaking so hard I could barely tie the knot. By the time I zipped myself into the tent, it was fully dark, the kind of deep Alaskan dark where you can't see your hand in front of your face. I had a small battery-powered lantern that cast a weak yellow glow. I turned it off almost immediately. I didn't want any light giving away my position. And then there was nothing to do but listen. For the first hour, it was just the blood pounding in my ears. I was lying stiff as a board in my sleeping bag, fully clothed, my bear spray clutched in my right hand, my thumb resting on the safety clip. The cold metal of the canister was a small, solid comfort. I strained my ears, trying to pass every sound, the wind sighing through the tops of the spruce trees, the gentle gurgle of the river in the distance. It was all normal. It was all fine. Then I heard the first snap. It wasn't a small, dry twig breaking. It was a branch, thick. The sound was sharp, a loud crack that cut through the ambient noise and then was gone. It came from the direction of the river, maybe 50, 60 yards away. My whole body went cold. I stopped breathing. I just listened. My ears straining so hard they hurt. Nothing. Just the wind. Maybe it was just a tree settling. Maybe a moose. It could have been a moose. Moose are big. They break branches. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, waiting for another sound. Nothing came. I slowly let out the breath I was holding, my muscles unclenching just a fraction. See, I told myself, you're freaking out over nothing. It's just the woods. 10 minutes later, there was another one. Crack. This one was closer, a lot closer, maybe 30 yards now, off to my left. It wasn't a random natural sound. It had a weight to it, an intention. It was the sound of something heavy moving through the undergrowth, and it wasn't trying to be quiet. I shifted slowly, painfully slowly, in my sleeping bag, turning my head towards the direction of the sound. I couldn't see anything, just pitch black. I fumbled for my headlamp, but I didn't turn it on. I was too scared to. What if I shone it out there and saw two eyes reflecting back at me? Another branch snapped, this one even closer, maybe 20 yards now. It was moving, it was circling the camp. I could hear the soft, heavy crunch of footsteps on the forest floor now, a slow, deliberate rhythm. Crunch, pause, crunch. This was it. This was the bear, the one from the logbook, the one that had left those massive tracks. He was back. He was checking his territory, and I was in it. The fear at that point wasn't a thought, it was a physical state. My skin was crawling with cold sweat, despite the chill. My stomach was a tight, hard knot. Every hair on my body was standing up. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat, in my temples, a frantic, panicked drumming. I was gripping the bear spray so hard my knuckles ached. I tried to remember everything I'd ever read. Don't run. Play dead if it's a defensive attack. Fight back if it's predatory. But how was I supposed to know? In the utter blackness, with only sound to go on, how could I possibly know its intention? The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was worse than the sounds. It was a heavy, waiting silence. I held my breath again, my entire body rigid. Where was it? What was it doing? Was it just standing there, sniffing the air, smelling my fear, the lingering scent of my dinner, the scent of me? Then I heard a new sound, a low, rumbling huff. It wasn't a growl, not quite. It was an exhale, a deep, wet, powerful sound that carried through the still night air. It was a sound of immense size, of lungs that could fill a barrel. It was a sound of curiosity, or maybe of warning. The huff was followed by a long, slow, sniffing sound. It was so close, so unbelievably close. It was right outside my tent. I could picture it, its massive head lowered, its wet black nose inches from the nylon, drawing in my scent. I could almost feel the heat of its body, smell its musky, wild odor. I was frozen. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just lay there, a terrified statue in a flimsy nylon coffin, waiting for the world to tear open. This was the moment. This was when the claws would rip through the fabric, when the weight would crash down on me. I squeezed my eyes shut, my mind screaming, a silent, wordless plea. The sniffing stopped. Another low huff, this one softer, almost contemplative. Then the footsteps started again. Crunch, crunch. They were moving away, slowly, deliberately, heading back towards the river. I listened, my ears tracking the sound as it faded, the crunching steps growing softer and softer until they were swallowed by the sound of the wind and the water. I didn't move for a long, long time. I just lay there, shaking uncontrollably, the adrenaline crashing through me in waves. The night was silent again, just the normal sounds of the forest, but the normal was gone forever. I didn't sleep a wink. I stayed like that, clutching the bear spray, staring into the darkness, until the first faint hint of grey light began to seep through the tent fabric. As soon as it was light enough to see, I exploded out of the tent. I didn't even pack properly. I just threw everything, tent, sleeping bag, everything, into the back of my car in a tangled heap. My hands were still shaking. I didn't look for new tracks. I didn't want to know. I drove out of there as fast as the gravel road would allow. I didn't stop until I was back on the paved highway, surrounded by other cars. I got home. I unpacked. I took a shower that felt like it lasted an hour. But I can't wash the feeling off. I can't unhear those footsteps, that low, rumbling huff right outside my tent. I keep going over it in my head. Why did it leave? It knew I was in there. It could have had me. It just checked me out and left. I've seen grizzlies before, from the safety of my car or from a mile away with binoculars. You respect them, you're in awe of them, but you don't know them. You don't know what it's like to be inspected by one in the dead of night, to be judged by something that powerful, to have your life feel like it was held in the balance of a simple animal decision. I survived the night. I didn't even see it. But I've never felt more seen in my entire life. And I don't think I'll ever feel truly alone again, because now I know what it feels like to not be alone when you think you are. I still don't know why it left. I just know it did. Story 13. It started like any other Tuesday, really. Nothing special about it. I woke up around 7, the way I always do, even before the alarm has a chance to screech. That's one of the few constants in my life, that internal clock that just works. The room was still dark, the kind of deep blue that comes just before the sun thinks about rising. I remember lying there for a minute, just staring at the ceiling, feeling the weight of the blanket. It was a normal weight. It didn't feel like a day where the world was going to tilt on its axis. I got up, padded to the kitchen, and started the coffee. The gurgle and hiss of the machine was a familiar, comforting sound. I leaned against the counter, watching the dark liquid drip into the pot, and that's when I felt it for the first time that day. Not a sound, not a vision, just a feeling, a cold knot tightening deep in my gut, right below my ribs. It's a feeling I've come to know too well. It's not anxiety, not the jittery, heart-racing kind. This is different. It's a deep, sinking cold, like something inside me has just been filled with ice water. It's the feeling I get right before something bad happens, the feeling I had the morning my friend died. I tried to shake it off. I poured my coffee, the steam fogging up my glasses for a second. "You're just tired," I told myself out loud. My voice sounded small in the quiet apartment. I took my mug and went to my desk in the corner of the living room. I work from home, so my days are pretty much the same. Log in, check emails, try to focus, but that cold knot wouldn't go away. It sat there, a hard, frozen stone in my stomach, making it hard to breathe properly. The morning dragged on. I'd type a sentence, then delete it. Read an email 3 times and still not understand it. My focus was completely shot. Every little noise made me jump. The hum of the refrigerator kicking on, a car door slamming outside, the creak of the floorboards as I shifted in my chair. My skin felt too tight, like it was buzzing with a low current of electricity. I kept looking over my shoulder at the dark hallway that leads to the bedrooms. Nothing was there. It never is until it is. Around 11 o'clock, I gave up on work. I stood up and stretched, my back cracking in a few places. I decided to make some lunch, just to do something with my hands. I was standing at the counter slicing a tomato, the knife making a soft thump, thump, thump on the cutting board. The sun was finally properly up, casting long rectangles of light across the linoleum floor. It should have felt peaceful. It didn't. And then it happened. The thing that always, without fail, signals the bad news to come. A voice, a deep, male voice, shouted a single word right into my left ear. "Hey!" It wasn't a whisper, it wasn't a distant murmur. It was a sharp, clear, forceful shout, so loud and so close I could feel the puff of air, the vibration of it against my eardrum. It was so real, so physically present, that for a full second I thought someone had somehow gotten into my apartment and was standing right behind me. I didn't just jump, I screamed, a short, choked-off sound, and my whole body convulsed. The knife clattered out of my hand and skittered across the counter. I spun around, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it would break them. My breath was gone, just sucked right out of my lungs. There was no one there. The kitchen was empty. The living room was empty. The hallway was dark and silent. The echo of that word, "Hey!" seemed to hang in the air, ringing in the sudden, profound silence. It was a voice I didn't recognize, not a friend, not a family member, just a man's voice, deep and insistent. That's when the real fear set in. The cold knot in my stomach exploded, spreading icy tendrils through my whole body. My hands started to shake, and I had to grip the edge of the counter to stay upright. This was it. The warning. The same exact thing that happened hours before. I found out about my other friend. The voice, clear as day. And then nothing. Just the waiting. The dreadful, gut-churning waiting for the other shoe to drop. I spent the next hour in a state of pure, unadulterated panic. I checked every room in the apartment twice, locking the windows I'd already locked, checking behind the shower curtain like an idiot. I ended up back in the living room, sitting on the very edge of the sofa, my knees pulled up to my chest. I couldn't sit still. My leg bounced up and down uncontrollably. I was listening so hard my ears started to ache, straining for any other sound. But the apartment was tomb silent. This is the worst part, the aftermath of the event itself, the knowing that something is coming, but not knowing what or who it will involve. My mind started racing, cycling through every man I knew, my dad, my brother, my co-workers, my friends. Was it one of them? Who was going to get that phone call? Who was I going to lose this time? I thought about calling someone just to hear a voice to make sure they were okay. But what would I say? "Hey, just checking to see if you're still alive," because a ghost yelled in my ear. They'd think I'd lost my mind, and besides, the voice had never been someone I was about to call. It was always someone unexpected. The afternoon was a blur of terror. I couldn't eat, I couldn't work, I just sat there or paced, jumping at every notification on my phone. Each time it buzzed, my heart would leap into my throat. I'd snatch it up, my hands slick with sweat, expecting the worst. But it was just a news alert or a spam email or a message from a group chat about something mundane. The tension was unbearable. It felt like a physical pressure building inside my skull. I thought back to the first time this really happened, the one that cemented this, whatever it is, as a real part of my life. I was a kid, maybe 8 or 9. I'd gotten up in the middle of the night to get a glass of water. The kitchen was dark, lit only by the pale green glow of the stove clock. I was standing at the sink, and I turned around to go back to bed. They were just there. In the middle of the kitchen, an old man and a little girl holding hands. They were both dressed in old-fashioned clothes, the kind you see in black and white photos. The man was tall and thin, with a weary face. The girl had pale hair and a simple dress. They weren't see-through, not like a movie ghost. They were just there, solid. And they were both staring right at me, not with anger or sadness, just a flat, empty stare. I froze, my small body going rigid. I couldn't scream, I couldn't move. I just stared back, the cold from the linoleum floor seeping up through my bare feet. Then in the space of a single blink, they were gone, not like they faded away. They were just no longer there. The kitchen was empty again. I finally found my voice and let out a scream that brought my parents running. Of course, they found nothing. They told me it was a bad dream, but I never believed that. I was awake. I felt the cold floor. I saw the details of their clothes. I was awake. And then there were the dreams, the one about my friend. It was so vivid, so brutally specific. In the dream, I was standing in her bedroom, but it was wrong. Everything was washed out, colors muted. She was sitting on the edge of her bed, wearing her favorite yellow sweater, and she looked at me and said, "I'm so sorry, I can't do it anymore." And then she was just gone. The room was empty. I woke up gasping, my face wet with tears, that same cold, sinking feeling in my gut. A few hours later, her mum called. She was gone. The timing, her mum said, was almost to the minute of when I'd had the dream. Sitting on my sofa now, years later, the memory of that dream was as sharp and painful as it had been that morning. This voice, this hey, it was the same damn thing, a different flavor of the same curse. As the sun began to set, painting the room in oranges and purples, the dread only deepened. Nighttime has always felt more porous, like the walls between whatever this is and my reality get thinner. I was exhausted, but there was no way I was going to sleep. Sleep is when the other kind of warnings come. I must have dozed off for a second, because the next thing I knew, my head jerked up. The room was dark. I'd forgotten to turn on a lamp. The only light came from the screen of my laptop, which had gone to sleep. I fumbled for my phone to check the time. It was just after 9 in the evening, and then I saw it, a text message from a friend I hadn't spoken to in a few weeks. The preview on the lock screen made my blood run cold. "Hey, have you heard from Mark?" My breath hitched. Mark, a guy I knew from college. We weren't super close, but we were friends, part of the same larger group. We'd all gotten pizza a month ago. I'd laughed at one of his stupid jokes. My fingers were trembling so badly I could barely unlock my phone. I opened the message. "Hey, have you heard from Mark? His sister just called me. She found him this afternoon. I don't know any details yet, just that he's gone." Gone! The word seemed to swim on the screen. The icy feeling that had been living in my gut all day spread through my entire body until I felt numb, frozen in place on my sofa. This was it. This was the other shoe. Mark, a deep male voice. "Hey!" The timing lined up. The voice had shouted in my ear around 11 in the morning. He was found in the afternoon. I didn't cry. I just sat there in the dark, the blue light of my phone washing over my face. I felt hollowed out, scraped clean from the inside by a day of relentless fear. The confirmation wasn't a relief. It was just the end of the waiting and the beginning of a new kind of quiet horror. This is my life. This is the thing that follows me. I don't know what it is. I don't know why it happens to me. I don't see dead people walking around all the time. I don't have visions of the future on command. It's just these punctures. These sudden, violent ruptures in my normal life, where something from somewhere else reaches through and taps me on the shoulder to let me know that death is close by. And then it leaves me alone again, to pick up the pieces and wait for the next time. I'm sitting here now, typing this out, and my hands are still shaking. The apartment is quiet. The knot in my stomach is gone, replaced by a deep, weary emptiness. I can still hear the echo of that "hey" in my ear, as clear as if it just happened. I know it will fade in a day or two, but the memory of it, the sheer physical reality of it won't. It never does. And the worst part, the part that truly haunts me, is that I know, with a certainty that sits deeper than any bone in my body, that this isn't over. It's just a matter of time before the cold feeling comes back, before another voice speaks out of the silence, before another dream tears me out of my sleep. It's just a matter of time. Story 14. It was one of those days where everything just went wrong from the start. My alarm didn't go off. I spilled coffee on my only clean shirt, and work was a relentless, soul-crushing marathon of problems. All I wanted was to get home, take a hot shower, and just turn my brain off for a few hours. That's why, when I finally clocked out and sprinted for the 7:45 train, seeing its taillights disappearing into the tunnel felt like a physical punch to the gut. I stood there on the platform, my chest heaving, the sound of my own ragged breath loud in the sudden silence. That was the last train. I was stranded. The depot at that hour was a different place entirely. During the day, it's bustling, full of noise and people and life. But after the last train pulls out, it just dies. The lights in the main concourse were already dimmed, leaving deep pools of shadow in the corners. The giant schedule boards were dark and blank. The only sound was the hum of a vending machine somewhere down the hall and the distant, lonely sigh of the wind outside. A cold draft snaked its way through the station, cutting right through my jacket. I pulled out my phone, my thumbs clumsy with a mix of frustration and the beginnings of real anxiety. No ride-sharing apps were showing any cars available this far out. A taxi would take at least 45 minutes, the dispatcher said, her voice crackling with static before the call dropped. Great. Just perfect. I decided my best bet was to just wait inside, out of the biting wind, and hope the taxi actually showed up. I found a bench near the platform entrance, one of those long, hard wooden ones that feel like they were designed to discourage loitering. I slumped down, letting my backpack drop to the floor with a thud. I was tired, I was pissed off, and I was starting to get seriously cold. That's when I noticed I wasn't alone. There was a woman sitting on a bench across from me, maybe 30 feet away. I hadn't seen her when I walked in. She was just there. She was hunched over, wearing a threadbare grey coat that looked too thin for the weather. It was the kind of coat you see in thrift store bins, shapeless and worn smooth in places. Her hands were tucked into her sleeves, and her head was bowed, so I couldn't see her face at first. There was something so still about her, not like someone waiting, but like a statue that had been placed there. I tried to ignore her, focusing on my phone again, refreshing the rideshare app over and over. No luck. The silence in the depot was starting to feel heavy, oppressive. It was the kind of quiet that makes your ears ring. I found myself listening for any sound from her, a cough, a rustle of fabric, a shift in position. Nothing. The only movement was the slow, rhythmic flicker of a fluorescent light tube above her bench, casting a stuttering, sickly glow. After what felt like 10 minutes, I risked another glance. Her head was still down. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding and went back to staring at my useless phone. But the feeling of being watched was creeping over me, a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. It's a stupid, primal feeling, but it's hard to ignore. I looked up again, and this time her head was up. She was looking right at me. Her face was pale, almost waxy under the bad lighting. But it was her eyes that froze me to the spot. They were wide open, and they were completely unblinking. I know, because I stared, waiting for her to blink. People blink, it's what they do, but she didn't. She just stared, her gaze fixed on me with an intensity that felt like a physical weight. It wasn't a hostile look or a friendly one. It was just empty, a deep, hollow emptiness that seemed to suck the warmth right out of the air around me. My heart started beating a little faster. This was weird. This was seriously weird. I looked down at my phone, pretending to be engrossed, but I could still feel her eyes on me. It was like 2 points of cold pressure on my skin. I decided I'd rather wait outside in the cold. I stood up, slinging my backpack over one shoulder, trying to act casual. As I turned to walk towards the exit, I couldn't help but look back. She was still staring. Her head hadn't moved an inch. It was as if her neck was locked in place. Her expression hadn't changed. It was just that same blank, unwavering stare. I quickened my pace, my shoes echoing too loudly in the empty hall. The feeling of her eyes on my back was so strong, it was almost a touch. Just as I pushed through the heavy glass doors into the cold night air, I heard a low, distant rumble. I turned and saw lights approaching down the track. A train. It wasn't on the schedule. The boards were still dark, but it was slowing down, its brakes hissing as it pulled into the station. Relief washed over me, so potent it felt like weakness in my knees. I didn't care where it was going. It was getting me out of this creepy depot. I rushed back inside and onto the platform as the train door slid open with a soft sigh. The carriage was brightly lit and almost completely empty. I walked down the aisle and slid into a seat near the middle, dropping my bag on the seat beside me. I leaned my head against the cool window, closing my eyes for a second, just grateful to be moving. The doors closed, and the train gave a gentle lurch as it started to pull away from the platform. I opened my eyes and looked out the window as we passed the bench where the woman had been sitting. It was empty. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. Where did she go? There was no way she could have gotten on the train without me seeing her. I was the only one who boarded. I scanned the platform as it slid away into the darkness, but there was no sign of her. It was like she'd just vanished. A few minutes into the journey, the conductor came through. He was an older guy with a kind, tired face and a neat uniform. He took my ticket, punched it, and handed it back with a small, professional smile. "Quiet night," he said, his voice a friendly rumble. "Just you and me, it seems." I managed a weak smile in return. "Yeah. I thought I saw a woman back at the last depot, but I guess she didn't get on." He shook his head, his smile fading just a bit. "Nope, no one else boarded, just you. You're all alone in this carriage." He gave me a nod and moved on to the next car, the door swishing shut behind him. His words, "just you," echoed in the silent carriage. I was alone. So why did I still feel like I was being watched? The feeling was even stronger now, a crawling sensation between my shoulder blades. I tried to shake it off. I was just spooked from the depot, that's all. My imagination was running wild. The train was rocking gently, the rhythmic clack-clack of the wheels, a usually soothing sound, but now it just felt like a countdown. To what? I didn't know. I shifted in my seat, trying to get comfortable, and my eyes drifted to the long, dark window opposite me. It was acting as a mirror in the brightly lit carriage, reflecting the empty seats behind me. And that's when I saw her. She was sitting 2 rows back, reflected in the dark glass, the woman from the bench. My breath hitched in my throat. It was impossible. The conductor said I was alone. I hadn't heard anyone else get on. I hadn't seen anyone walk past me, but there she was, clear as day. She was sitting perfectly still, just like on the bench. But now she was looking right at my reflection, and she was smiling. It wasn't a friendly smile. It was a wide, stretched thing that didn't reach her eyes. Her eyes were still those same hollow, unblinking pools. And her teeth. God, her teeth. They weren't right. They were too long, too sharp, like a pike's teeth crowded together behind her lips. A chill, colder than the night outside, slammed into me. This wasn't imagination. This was real. I whipped my head around to look over my shoulder, my heart hammering against my ribs. The seats behind me were empty, just the patterned fabric of the headrests, the clean, vacant space. I turned back to the window, my movements jerky with panic. She was still there in the reflection, still smiling that horrific, sharp-toothed smile. She was closer now. In the reflection, she was only 1 row behind me. How? How was she moving? I couldn't breathe. My lungs felt like they were made of stone. I stared into the mirror-like window, frozen in pure, undiluted terror. I watched, helpless, as in the reflection, she slowly, smoothly stood up. She didn't make a sound, no rustle of her threadbare coat, no creak of the floor. She just rose from her seat, her movements unnaturally fluid. In the reflection, she took a step forward. Then another. She was now standing directly behind my seat. I could see the top of her head, her lank dark hair, her terrible smile aimed at the back of my neck. I squeezed my eyes shut, praying that when I opened them she'd be gone. It was a child's reaction, but it was all I had. I opened my eyes. The reflection was still there. She was leaning forward now, her face coming closer to the back of my head. I could see every detail of her waxy skin, the deep lines around her stretched mouth, the impossible points of her teeth. Her hollow eyes were locked on mine in the glass. I tried to scream, but all that came out was a strangled gasp. I was paralyzed, pinned to my seat by a fear so absolute, it felt like my body was no longer my own. I could only watch, a captive audience to my own nightmare unfolding in the dark window. And then she whispered. The sound didn't come from behind me. It came from right beside my ear, a dry, rasping breath of a voice that seemed to form inside my own head. It was the sound of dust and dead leaves. "Room for one more," she whispered. The moment the words registered, a hand touched my shoulder. It was bone-chillingly cold, a cold that seeped right through my jacket and sweater, sinking deep into my flesh and muscle, straight to the bone. It was the touch of a corpse. A jolt of pure electric terror shot through me, breaking the paralysis. I screamed, a raw, ragged sound, and scrambled away from the touch, stumbling into the aisle. I fell hard on the floor, my elbow cracking against the metal base of a seat. I didn't care. I was frantically looking back at my seat, at the space behind it. There was nothing there. The seat was empty. The space around it was empty. The cold spot on my shoulder was already fading, but the memory of that touch was branded into my nerves. At that exact moment, the train screeched to a sudden, violent halt. The lights flickered and died for a second, plunging us into darkness before buzzing back on. Thrown off balance, I clutched at a pole, my whole body trembling uncontrollably. The doors at the end of the carriage slid open with their usual soft sigh. I didn't think. I didn't look back. I just ran. I scrambled to my feet and bolted for the open doors, practically falling out onto the platform of a station I didn't even recognize. I didn't stop running until I was through the ticket hall and out onto the street, where the normal sounds of nighttime traffic and the glare of streetlights felt like a blessing from another world. I stood there on the sidewalk, bent over with my hands on my knees, gulping in huge, ragged breaths of cold air. I was shaking so hard my teeth were chattering. People walked past me, giving me strange looks. I must have looked like a madman. Maybe I was. I never figured out what that train was, or why it stopped where it did. I took a taxi the rest of the way home, sitting in the back seat and staring out the window, jumping at every shadow. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat on my couch with every light in the apartment on, replaying it all in my head. That was 6 months ago. I've tried to put it behind me. I changed my work schedule. I take a different route. I do anything to avoid that depot. But sometimes, when I'm on the bus that goes past it, I can't help but look. The depot is still there, old and quiet during the day. And sometimes, just for a second, I see a figure sitting on that same bench. A woman in a threadbare grey coat. She's not looking at me. Her head is usually down, but I know she's waiting, and I know that if I ever get stranded there again, she'll look up, and she'll be smiling. Story 15. It was supposed to be a perfect weekend. That's the part that sticks with me the most. How normal it all started. My girlfriend and I had been talking about getting out of the city for weeks, just the two of us. No cell service, no emails, just the woods. We settled on Pineback Ridge. It's one of those mountain towns you see on postcards, all quiet and tucked away, with forests so deep they seem to swallow the daylight. We got there on a Friday afternoon. The air already had that crisp, cold bite to it, the kind that makes you pull your jacket a little tighter. The leaves were all turned, a blanket of red and gold and orange crunching under our boots as we hauled our gear from the car to the campsite. It was a good spot, about a 15-minute walk from where we parked, right by a creek you could hear gurgling if the wind was quiet. We set up the tent, got a fire going, the whole routine. It felt good. It felt safe. That feeling started to crack a little when the ranger showed up. He was an older guy, his uniform a little faded, his face lined and serious. He drove up in his green truck just as we were starting to boil water for dinner. "Evening, folks," he said. His voice was calm, but there was no small talk in it. "Just doing my rounds. You secure all your food?" I told him, yeah, we had a bear-proof canister. I'd done my research. I was proud of that, like I was a real outdoorsman. He gave a slow nod, his eyes scanning our campsite. "Good, that's good. But listen, I gotta be straight with you. We've got a big one roaming this part of the ridge. A male. He's been bold lately, not just skittish. He's been testing folks. Don't keep anything with a scent in your tent. Not a gum wrapper, not a tube of lip balm. Nothing. And if you hear something in the night, you make noise, a lot of it. Shout, bang pots. You do whatever you have to do to let him know you're not an easy meal." He looked at me, then at my girlfriend, and held my gaze for a second longer than was comfortable. "I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to make sure you have a good trip. Just be smart." We thanked him, and he drove off, the sound of his engine fading into the woods. The quiet that came back felt different, heavier. My girlfriend hugged her arms. "A bold one?" she said, her voice quieter than before. "It's fine," I said, trying to sound like I believed it. "We've got the canister. We'll be loud if we need to be. It's what you're supposed to do." I remember forcing a smile. Besides, he's probably miles away. We ate our dinner, but the mood had shifted. Every little snap of a twig in the woods made us both freeze and stare into the darkness beyond the firelight. The forest, which had felt so peaceful a few hours ago, now felt like it had walls, and something was on the other side of them, listening. We cleaned everything meticulously, wiped down the picnic table, and I walked the canister a good 100 yards downwind from the tent and wedged it between the roots of a huge pine tree. I checked the latch 3 times. The night was cold. We zipped ourselves into our sleeping bags, into the tent, and it felt less like a cozy shelter and more like a very thin, very flimsy piece of fabric between us and everything else. The temperature dropped fast. I remember the condensation from our breath fogging the inside of the tent roof, and the way the nylon would rustle with every tiny movement we made. We fell asleep to the sound of the creek, but my sleep was light, restless. My ears were working even though I was unconscious, if that makes any sense. Then came the noise. It wasn't a gentle rustle, it wasn't a deer stepping lightly. This was a heavy, deliberate crunch, like someone was methodically stepping on every dry branch they could find. I was awake instantly. My eyes flew open in the pitch black. I didn't move a muscle. I just listened. My girlfriend was awake too. I felt her body go rigid beside me. She didn't say a word, but her hand found mine in the dark and squeezed hard. Her fingers were ice cold. The crunching stopped. For a long moment, there was nothing. Just the thumping of my own heart in my ears. It was so loud I was sure whatever was out there could hear it. Then there was a low, guttural sniff, a wet, snuffling sound. It was close, so close it sounded like it was right outside the tent wall, right by our heads. That's when the fear really set in. It's a physical thing. It's not just in your head. It's a cold weight in your stomach. It's your skin prickling all over, every hair standing up. It's your throat tightening so you can barely breathe. This was real. This wasn't a squirrel or a raccoon. The size of the silence around that sniff was terrifying. This thing was big enough that it didn't need to move fast. It was just investigating. I remembered the ranger's words. Make noise, a lot of it. I took the deepest breath I could manage, my lungs feeling tight and small, and I yelled. It wasn't a heroic shout. It was a raw, scared, almost desperate sound that tore out of my throat. "Hey, get out of here! Go on, get!" I yelled it over and over, my voice cracking. I slapped the side of the tent with my palm, the thwack of it startlingly loud in the quiet. Beside me, my girlfriend started yelling too, her voice high-pitched with panic. For a second there was nothing. Then we heard it, a deep rumbling huff. Not a growl, but a sound of pure annoyance, like we'd interrupted something important. And then the footsteps. They were slow, unhurried. Crunch, crunch, crunch. They moved away from the tent, heading off towards the trees. The sound faded, and then it was gone. The silence that rushed back in was almost worse. We were both panting, shaking. We didn't say anything for a long time. We just listened, straining our ears for any sign it was coming back. The adrenaline was coursing through me, making my hands tremble. I kept thinking, it worked. We scared it off. It's gone. We must have lain there for an hour, maybe two, just listening to the absolute silence. Eventually, exhaustion won out over fear, and we fell back into a fitful, nervous sleep. The rest of the night was quiet. Morning came slowly, the inside of the tent turning from black to a dull, greyish blue. I was the first one to move, my body stiff and sore from tension. I unzipped the tent flap, the sound of the zipper ridiculously loud, and crawled out into the cold, damp air. The world was soaked with dew, the grass was silver, the leaves on the trees were dripping, the sun wasn't up yet, but the sky was lightening. It was beautiful, and for a second, the terror of the night felt like a bad dream. I took a deep breath of the pine-scented air and felt a wave of relief. We'd done it. We'd followed the rules and we were okay. My girlfriend came out a minute later, her face pale. "Do you think it's gone?" she whispered. "Yeah," I said, trying to sound confident. "It's gone. We scared it off." We decided to pack up and get an early start home. Neither of us wanted to spend another minute there. I started gathering the cooking gear while she began taking down the tent. I remember I walked over to the picnic table to get our water bottles, and that's when I saw it. The car was parked on the small gravel pull-off about 50 feet from the campsite. It was covered in a fine layer of dew, just like everything else, but on the driver's side window, something was wrong. There was a huge smeared mark on the glass. I frowned and walked closer, my boots squelching in the wet grass. As I got near, the shape of it started to become clear. My brain was slow, refusing to put the pieces together. It was a print, a massive, muddy print. It was smeared, like whatever made it had slid down the glass. It was a paw print, but it wasn't on the ground. It was on the window, the side window of a Ford Escape. My brain did the math without my permission. For a paw print to be on the window like that, the animal would have had to stand up. It would have had to place its front paws on the side of the car and look in. I stopped walking. I just stood there, maybe 10 feet away, and stared. The print was huge. The main pad was bigger than my palm. The claws. I could see the long, dark grooves they left in the mud and dew, 5 of them. This wasn't a small bear. This was the one the ranger had warned us about. The bold one. And then the second, more horrifying realization hit me. This wasn't from last night. The car was covered in dew. The print was made before. The dew fell. This happened in the middle of the night, after the rain had stopped. The timeline rearranged itself in my head with a sickening lurch. It hadn't left after we shouted. It had just moved. It had gone over to the car. It had stood up on its hind legs, its face inches from the window, and it had looked inside our car while we were screaming in our tent 50 feet away. My breath caught in my throat. I felt the blood drain from my face. I could see it. I could see the whole thing in my head, as clearly as if I'd been watching, the massive dark shape heaving itself up, the weight of it making the car suspension creak, its hot, foul breath fogging the glass, its dark, curious eyes peering into the empty interior, looking for food, before it slid back down, leaving that single, terrifying signature on the window. It had been right there. Inches from where we had been sleeping in the tent, it would have been a brief, noisy interruption, but at the car, it had taken its time. It had been calm. It had been in control. My girlfriend noticed I hadn't moved. "What is it?" she asked, her voice tense. I couldn't speak. I just pointed a trembling finger at the car window. She walked over, her steps hesitant. She saw it. I watched her face. I saw the confusion, then the dawning comprehension, and then the pure, unadulterated horror. Her hand flew to her mouth, and she took a sharp, hiccuping gasp. She looked from the print to me, her eyes wide and shining with tears of fright. We just stood there, in the cold morning air, staring at this proof of how small and stupid and fragile we were. All our precautions, our bear canister, our shouts. It hadn't scared it away. It had just redirected its attention. It had been standing up, towering over our car, while we huddled in our little nylon shell, thinking we were safe because we couldn't hear it anymore. The potential of what could have happened unfolded in my mind like a nightmare. If we'd slept in the car like we'd almost decided to because of the cold, if we'd left a candy bar in the glove box by accident, if it had decided the tent was more interesting than the car, a sound came out of me then. It wasn't a scream, it wasn't a cry, it was this weird, choked, half laugh, a burst of pure hysterical relief and leftover terror. My girlfriend let out a similar sound, a sob that turned into a shaky laugh. We started laughing, both of us, standing there in the dewy grass, laughing like maniacs. It wasn't happy laughter. It was the kind of laughter that comes when you've been holding your breath for too long, and you finally remember how to breathe, when the tension snaps, and all that's left is this shaky, bewildered aftermath. We packed the rest of our gear in a frantic, silent hurry. I couldn't take my eyes off that window. I didn't even wipe the print off. I just got in the car, my hands still shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. We drove out of there as the sun finally broke over Pineback Ridge, flooding the forest with a light that felt all wrong, that felt like it should be dark forever. We never went back. We never even talked about it much after that day. But sometimes on a really quiet night I'll wake up and for a second I'll think I hear that heavy, deliberate crunch outside my window, and I'll remember that smeared paw print and the absolute silent knowledge that we were not just visitors in those woods. We were being watched, and for a few minutes we were just inches away from finding out exactly what that meant. Story 16. It was a Tuesday, the kind of Tuesday that just grinds you down. I'd been at work for 10 hours, my back was killing me from hunching over spreadsheets, and my boss had just dumped another urgent project on my desk at 4 in the afternoon. By the time I got home, it was pushing 7, and the stress was just a solid, heavy ball in my chest. I remember dropping my keys on the little table by the door and just standing in the hallway for a minute, my shoulders so tight they were practically up by my ears. That's when I felt it. The touch. A cold pressure right on the top of my left shoulder. Not a grab, not a pat, just a presence, a weight. It was familiar, which is the part that still messes with my head. I didn't jump. I just sighed and the tension in my neck loosened just a little. I didn't have to turn around. I knew he was there. That's what I've come to call it in my head, just for simplicity. I first noticed him when I was a kid, maybe 7 or 8, a tall, skinny shadow in the corner of my eye. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, my brain stitching together darkness from a half-open closet door and the fold of a curtain. But he kept showing up. He never had a face. Just this elongated human shape, blacker than any regular shadow, like a hole cut out of the world. He never did anything scary, not at first. He'd just be there behind the big oak tree in our backyard, or standing silently at the end of the hall when I got up to get a glass of water. As I got older, he started getting closer. The touches started in high school, during exam weeks. A cold spot on my head when I was pulling an all-nighter, the feeling of a long, thin hand resting on my shoulder when I was crying over some stupid teenage drama. It was never threatening. It was comforting, in a really, really messed up way. This Tuesday, the touch was a little heavier than usual. The stress from work was a real physical thing, a buzzing in my teeth. I shrugged my shoulder, a pointless gesture. I know, I muttered under my breath. I don't know why I talked to him. Habit, I guess. I walked into the living room, not bothering to turn on the main light, just flicking the lamp on next to the sofa. The room was cast in a dim, yellowy glow, leaving deep pools of shadow in the corners. I collapsed onto the couch, groaning as I leaned my head back. I closed my eyes, just for a second, trying to will the headache away. That's when I heard it. The voice. It's not a sound you hear with your ears, not really. It's more like it forms inside your head. But it has a source. It comes from him. It's a raspy, dry sound, like pages of an old book being slowly rubbed together. There's no breath behind it. Breathe, it whispered, the sound slithering into my mind. A shudder went through me, a full-body tremor that had nothing to do with being cold. The comfort was there, the weird, familiar easing of the pressure in my chest. But right on its heels was the unease, the deep-seated knowledge that this wasn't normal, that this thing, whatever it was, shouldn't exist. I opened my eyes and looked towards the archway that led to the dining room. He was there, leaning against the doorframe, his impossibly long, thin form blending with the darkness of the other room. He was taller than the frame, his head bent at an angle to avoid the lintel. The darkness where his face should be was just empty, a void. I could feel him looking at me. "I'm fine," I said aloud, my voice sounding brittle in the quiet room. The rasp came again, a little clearer this time. "No, you're not." And I wasn't. He was right. The project was a nightmare, my rent was going up, and I felt utterly alone. In that moment, his presence was a perverse anchor. He was a constant, a weird, terrifying constant, but a constant nonetheless. I looked away from the doorway, focusing on the grain of the wood on my coffee table. When I glanced back a few seconds later, he was gone. The space where he'd been was just an ordinary dark doorway. I forced myself up to make some dinner, moving through my small apartment on autopilot. Pasta, jar of sauce. I was stirring the pot when I saw a shift in the reflection on the glass door of my microwave. I froze, the wooden spoon still in my hand. I didn't want to turn around. I knew he was behind me. I could feel the air get cooler, a distinct chill that settled right between my shoulder blades. I slowly, so slowly, turned my head. He was in the narrow space between the refrigerator and the counter, his form compressed to fit. He was so close, I could see the texture of him, if you could call it that. It wasn't a solid black. It was like looking at a swarm of tiny dark motes, all vibrating together to form his shape. It was the most detailed I'd ever seen him. The cold spot on my shoulder returned, a perfect circle of ice. The rasp was a soft exhale in my mind. It will pass. I nodded, a tiny, jerky motion. My heart was hammering against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. This was the duality of it all. The fear was real, a primal, gut-level terror, but the words were a balm. It will pass. He was acknowledging my struggle and, in his own alien way, trying to soothe it. I turned back to the stove, my hands shaking as I drained the pasta. When I looked again, the space by the fridge was empty. The chill was gone. I ate on the couch with the TV on for noise, some forgettable game show. I kept seeing movement in the periphery of my vision, a flicker in the dark hallway, a shift in the shadows cast by a houseplant. He was moving around the apartment. I was used to him being stationary, just appearing in one spot and watching. This restlessness was new. It put me even more on edge. The comfort I'd felt earlier was being eroded by a growing, gnawing anxiety. I took my plate to the kitchen, the clatter of the ceramic in the sink too loud in the silence. I decided to just go to bed. It was only 9:30, but I was drained, emotionally and physically. Maybe sleep would reset everything. Maybe he'd be gone in the morning. He never was, but I always hoped. My bedroom is at the end of the hall. I have a nightlight plugged in there, one of those cheap LED ones that casts a soft blue glow. I've had it since I was a teenager. It doesn't keep him away, but it makes me feel better. As I walked down the hall, the blue light seemed to waver, like a candle flame in a draught. I stopped halfway, my blood turning to ice water in my veins. He was standing in my bedroom doorway, but he wasn't facing me. He was facing into my room. His long, thin arm was raised, and one of his shadow fingers was pointing towards my closet. The door was closed, like it always is. I don't like open closet doors at night. It's an invitation. I stood there, frozen in the hallway. This was new. He'd never gestured before. He'd never directed me to do anything. He'd only ever been a passive observer, a silent comforter. My mind was racing, a frantic, disjointed mess. What was in the closet? Was this a trick? Was he showing me something or leading me into something? The raspy voice filled my head again, but this time it wasn't a whisper. It was clearer, more insistent, a dry, rustling command. Come. Just that one word. Come. The fear was absolute now. It swamped every other feeling, drowning out the weird comfort, the years of familiarity. This felt different. This felt like a threshold was being crossed. My feet felt rooted to the cheap laminate flooring. I couldn't move. I just stared at his back, at the impossibly long, thin silhouette, framed by the blue light of my bedroom, his finger still extended towards the closet door. I could feel him waiting. The air in the hallway grew so cold, I could see my own breath puffing out in a small white cloud. The tiny hairs on my arms and the back of my neck stood straight up. My heart wasn't just hammering anymore. It felt like it was trying to tear its way out of my chest. Every instinct, every primal piece of human wiring in my brain was screaming at me to run, to not go into that room, to not open that closet. The silence stretched, becoming a physical thing, thick and heavy. The only sound was the frantic thudding of my own pulse in my ears. He didn't move. He didn't repeat the command. He just held his pose, a statue of concentrated darkness, pointing, and I made a choice. I took a step back, then another. I backed away down the hall, my eyes locked on him, never turning my back. I backed into the living room, my hand fumbling behind me for my keys on the table. I grabbed them, yanked the front door open, and stumbled out into the night air. I sat in my car for 2 hours, the doors locked, the engine off, just shaking. I didn't see him again that night. When I finally cautiously went back inside, my apartment was empty. The hallway was a normal temperature. My bedroom was just my bedroom, the blue nightlight glowing steadily. The closet door was still closed. I never opened it. I still haven't. I moved out of that apartment 3 months later. I told the landlord I got a new job in another city. It was a lie. He's still with me. In my new place, I see him sometimes, behind the tree, outside my kitchen window, a dark shape in the corner of the guest room. The touches still come when I'm stressed, the cold pressure on my shoulder, the raspy voice telling me to breathe. But he's never pointed again. He's never asked me to follow, and I am left with this permanent, chilling uncertainty. Was he a guardian, trying to show me something I needed to see? Or was he something else? And in that moment, in my hallway, he was finally showing me his true nature, and my refusal was the only thing that saved me. I have no answers. Just the memory of that cold, pointing finger, and the echo of that single, raspy word in the silence of my mind. I live with that question every single day. It's the last thing I think about before I finally manage to fall asleep, and it's often the first thing on my mind when I wake up. The not knowing is its own kind of horror, a slow, constant drip of fear that has colored everything in my life. I don't talk about it with anyone. Who would believe me? They'd say it's stress or sleep paralysis or an overactive imagination. But I know what I felt. I know what I saw. The cold wasn't the absence of heat, it was the presence of something that shouldn't have heat. The voice wasn't in my ears, it was etched directly onto my thoughts, and the choice I made to run away from that doorway, from that pointed finger, is a choice I replay in my head constantly. I'll be doing something completely normal, like buying groceries or waiting in line for coffee, and the image will flash in my mind. The blue light, the tall shadow, the extended finger, and the question follows. Every time, what if I had followed? The comfort is gone now. The touches only bring a jolt of adrenaline, a reminder of that night. The voice just makes me flinch. Whatever fragile, bizarre peace we had is broken. Now there's only the fear and the silence and the shadow that still follows me, waiting. Story 17. It was one of those days where the air felt too heavy to breathe. Late March, but winter was clinging on with cold, bony fingers. The sky was the color of dirty dishwater, and a mean little wind kept finding its way through the cracks in the old farmhouse. I was just trying to get through the hours, you know? That's all I did anymore, just exist in these chunks of time, waiting for the next one to start, hoping it would hurt a little less. It never did. He'd been gone since January, 17 years. You build a life with someone for 17 years, and then one morning you wake up, and it's just over. He'd always wanted this place, this acreage. It was his dream, the open space, the quiet, the horses. It brought him a peace I hadn't seen in him since we were young. But the drinking, this thing he'd fought for so long, it just came slithering back out here in the silence. It pulled him down so fast. One minute he was fixing fences, talking about building a bigger barn, and the next he was just gone. He left me here, alone in his dream. Sometimes I hated him for that. Mostly, I just missed him so much it felt like a physical sickness. That day, I was forcing myself to do chores. The dogs needed feeding, the horses needed checking. I remember pulling on his old work jacket, the one that still smelled like him, a mix of sawdust and that cheap spicy cologne he loved. It was like getting punched in the throat every single time. I stepped out onto the porch, the wood groaning under my boots, and that's when I saw it. Under his truck, his old Ford F-150, covered in a fine layer of dust and grime from the gravel road. It hadn't been moved since that day in January. And there, tucked right up against the back tire on the driver's side, was a small black rabbit. It wasn't doing anything, just sitting there, still as a stone. Its fur was jet black, not a single other color on it, which struck me as odd. You see brown rabbits out here, gray ones, but I'd never seen one that was just pure, solid black. It didn't look scared, it just looked present. Its little nose wasn't even twitching. Its dark eyes were fixed on me. I didn't think much of it at first. We get wildlife. It's part of living out here. I went about my business, filling the dogs' bowls with kibble. Our two border collies, Finn and Maisie, came trotting up from the barn. They're good dogs, but they're herding dogs. They chase things. I tensed up waiting for them to spot the rabbit and go tearing after it. But they didn't. They walked right past the truck. Maisie's head even turned. She definitely saw it, but she just gave a little sniff in its direction and then kept walking to her food bowl. Finn did the same. It was the weirdest thing. Like the rabbit was invisible to them, or like it was just part of the scenery, a rock or a clump of grass, not worth their attention. I finished with the dogs and headed down to the horse paddock. We have 2 quarter horses, Duke and Daisy. They were standing by the gate waiting for their morning hay. As I was forking the hay over the fence, I saw movement from the corner of my eye. The black rabbit was there. It had hopped all the way from the truck across the open yard and was now just sitting at the edge of the paddock, maybe 10 feet from the horses. Now, horses are flight animals, a sudden movement, a strange shape. They spook. It's what they do. Daisy, especially, is nervous. A plastic bag blowing across the field can send her into a frenzy. But she just lowered her head, nibbled at her hay, and took a few casual steps away from the rabbit. Not a scared reaction, more like she was just giving it some space. Duke, the older gelding, flicked an ear in its direction and then went back to eating. They were completely unconcerned. That's when the first real cold trickle of something other than grief went down my spine. It wasn't fear, not yet. It was just a deep, unsettling confusion. This wasn't normal animal behavior. A wild rabbit doesn't just park itself under a vehicle and then calmly hop into the middle of a farmyard with dogs and horses around and act like it owns the place. I went back inside, my mind buzzing. I tried to shake it off. I made coffee. I didn't want to drink and stared out the kitchen window, and there it was again. The rabbit had moved. It was now right outside the window, near the foundation of the house. It started digging, not frantic digging, just slow, deliberate scrapes with its back legs, kicking up little puffs of dark soil. It was making a burrow right there, next to our bedroom window. The rest of the day, I felt like I was being watched. Every time I looked outside, the rabbit was there. It never went far. It was always within sight of the house, and it always seemed to be oriented towards me. If I was in the kitchen, it was near the kitchen window. If I went to the living room, it had hopped around to the front. It was like a little black shadow, a silent companion. As the grey afternoon light started to fade into an even darker evening, I was in the bedroom, putting away some laundry. The grief hit me then, a fresh wave of it, so sharp and sudden it bent me double. I sank onto the edge of the bed, on my side, the side I'd slept on for 17 years. I put my face in my hands and just cried, the kind of crying that's all air and no sound, where your whole body shakes. I felt so completely, utterly alone. The silence of this big, empty house was going to swallow me whole. I don't know how long I sat there. But when I finally lifted my head, wiping my raw face with my sleeve, I looked out the window. It was almost dark now, that deep blue hour where shapes lose their edges, and I saw it. The rabbit was sitting at the entrance of the little burrow it had made, right there under our window. It was sitting up on its haunches, perfectly still, its black form a stark cutout against the dark earth, and it was looking right at me. I felt a jolt, like a static shock to the heart. It was looking right through the glass, right into the room, right at me, crying on the bed. And that's when the memory came. It didn't drift in. It slammed into me. It was so vivid, so clear. It was like I was there again. Years ago, must have been 8 or 9, we were at a community potluck. There was a native elder there, a quiet man with a kind, wrinkled face. He and my husband got to talking. I was half listening, more focused on the potato salad. I remember the elder looking at my husband, really looking at him, not just making conversation. He'd said something about energy, about the spirit of a place, and then he'd pointed a finger, not in a scary way, but in a sure way, and he said, "Your spirit animal, it's a rabbit." I remember my husband laughing it off, a little embarrassed. "A rabbit," he'd said. "I was hoping for a bear or an eagle or something." But the elder had just smiled gently and shook his head. "No, the rabbit is clever. It is quiet. It knows when to be still and when to move. It survives not by being the strongest, but by being the most aware. It listens." He tapped his own chest. "That is your spirit." We'd driven home and my husband had joked about it. "A rabbit, can you believe it? I guess I'm just a scared little bunny." We'd laughed and I'd forgotten all about it until that moment, sitting on the bed in the dark, watching this impossible black rabbit watch me. The chills didn't just go down my spine. They erupted all over my body, my arms, my legs, the back of my neck. It was a cold, prickling horror that froze me to the spot. My breath caught in my throat. It felt like all the air had been sucked out of the room. A rabbit. His spirit animal was a rabbit, and here was a rabbit. A black one, appearing out of nowhere, acting like no wild animal I'd ever seen. Unafraid of predators, making a home right outside the window of the room where we'd slept, where he'd died. It had shown up in the depths of my grief, this little black thing, and it had just stayed. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the living room in the dark, and I could feel it out there. I didn't need to see it to know it was there. The feeling was so strong, so specific. It wasn't a scary feeling anymore, not in a monster in the closet way. The terror had melted away, leaving behind this vast, trembling awe, this profound, earth-shattering sense that I wasn't alone, that he was here. that he'd found a way back. The rabbit stayed. For months, it stayed. It became part of the landscape of my grief. Every morning, I'd look for it first thing. It was always there under the truck or by the barn or sitting at its burrow. The dogs never ever bothered it. The horses ignored it. It was like it had its own bubble of safety, a space that was just for it, for him. Some days, when the pain was a physical weight on my chest, I'd go outside and sit on the porch steps, and the rabbit would come and sit a few feet away, just watching me. I'd talk to it sometimes. I'd tell it about my day, about how much I missed him, about how angry I was, about how I didn't know if I could do this. It would just sit and listen, its dark eyes unblinking. It felt like it was absorbing the words, taking some of the weight from me. Slowly, imperceptibly at first, things began to change. The crushing weight of the grief started to feel a little less heavy. The silence in the house became less of a threat and more of a quiet companion. I started remembering the good times without immediately collapsing. I even smiled at a memory once, a real, genuine smile that didn't feel like a betrayal. This went on through April, May, June. The black rabbit was my constant silent witness. Then came late July. The heat was intense, the air thick with the smell of dry grass and hot pine. I'd had a good day. I'd actually ridden Daisy out on the trails, something I hadn't done since he died. I'd felt a flicker of the old joy, the simple pleasure of being on a horse in the sun. When I got back, I was brushing her down in the barn, and I realized I was humming. I hadn't hummed a tune in over 6 months. I finished with Daisy and walked back up to the house. I automatically looked towards the rabbit's burrow. It was empty. I wasn't worried. It often wandered. I looked under the truck. Nothing. I scanned the yard. I called the dogs, thinking maybe, just maybe, they'd finally given chase and I'd find some tuft of black fur. But they came trotting up, happy and panting, with no sign of any excitement. I spent the rest of the afternoon looking for it. I walked the perimeter of the property. I checked all its usual spots. Nothing. It was gone, just like that. No sound, no drama. It had been there in the morning, and by the afternoon, it had vanished. And the strangest part was the feeling that settled over the property. It was different. The air felt lighter, the silence felt emptier, but in a final, peaceful way. The intense, watchful presence that had been with me for 4 months was just no longer there. It was in that moment, standing alone in the yard, that I understood. The rabbit hadn't just been a strange animal. It had been a vigil. He came back, in the only way he could, to sit with me in the darkest time, to make sure the dogs were okay, the horses were okay, that I was okay, and the moment I started to heal, the moment I started to find my feet again and smile without him, his work was done. He could leave. I never saw the black rabbit again. I've looked for it every day since. Part of me hopes I never will. I still live here in his dream. But now it's starting to feel a little bit like my dream too. The grief is still there. It will always be there, but it's a part of me now, not the whole of me. And sometimes, on a quiet evening when the light is just right, I'll look out at his old truck and I'll feel a warmth instead of an ache. I don't know what happened that spring. I don't have any answers. All I know is that a small black rabbit appeared when I was at my absolute lowest, and it left when I started to find my way back. And I know, in a place deeper than any doubt, that it was him. He was just checking on me, making sure we were okay. Story 18. Okay, so I've never really shared this with anyone before, but I guess now's as good a time as any. This happened about 5 years ago, when I was staying at my grandma's house for a couple of weeks. She's got this old place out in the country, kind of isolated with creaky floors and that smell of dust and wood that never really goes away. I was put up in the attic room because the main bedroom was being repainted or something. I don't remember the exact reason, but it meant I had to sleep up there. The attic wasn't horrible, but it wasn't cozy either. It was this cramped space with a low ceiling, and you had to watch your head if you stood up too fast. There was a single bed pushed against one wall, and the rest of the room was filled with boxes of old family stuff, books that hadn't been opened in decades, and furniture covered in sheets. The only light came from a bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, and the window was small and grimy, letting in just enough moonlight to cast weird shadows at night. I brought my own radio with me, a little portable thing I'd had since high school, because I've always hated sleeping in complete silence. I'd set it to a soft rock station and let it play quietly while I drifted off. That particular night, I remember feeling extra tired. I'd helped my grandma with some gardening earlier and my muscles were sore. I fell asleep pretty quickly, the radio humming in the background. But then I woke up suddenly, and I mean suddenly, like someone had shaken me. The room was pitch black, and the first thing I noticed was the radio. It wasn't playing music anymore. Instead, it was fading in and out with this loud, crackling static. You know how sometimes radios lose signal and you get that hissing noise? This was worse. It was like the static was alive, pulsing and shifting, almost like it was trying to form words but couldn't. I lay there frozen, my heart already starting to pound. I could feel the hairs on my arms standing up and my breath caught in my throat. Then, right in the middle of the static, there was this dull thump. It wasn't loud, but it was solid, like something heavy had fallen onto the floor. The sound came from somewhere in the room, maybe near the bookshelves. As soon as it happened, the radio cut out completely. No static, no nothing, just dead silence. I mean the kind of silence that feels heavy, like it's pressing down on you. I stayed absolutely still, my eyes wide open, straining to see anything in the dark. I could hear my own heartbeat thumping in my ears, and I felt cold, even under the blankets. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what could have made that noise. Maybe a book fell, but everything was stacked neatly when I went to bed. I don't know how long I lay there. It felt like hours, but it was probably only a few minutes. Then, slowly, the radio started up again. Not all at once, but like someone was turning the volume knob up bit by bit. The music came back. The same soft rock station, but it sounded different now. Distant, almost echoey, like it was coming from another room. I didn't move a muscle. I just listened, my skin crawling. Every instinct was telling me to get up and run, but I was too scared to even breathe too loud. After a while, when the music seemed normal again, I forced myself to sit up. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely function. I fumbled for the flashlight I kept on the bedside table. My grandma had given it to me when I first arrived, saying the wiring in the house was old and the lights sometimes flickered. I clicked it on, and the beam cut through the darkness, making the shadows jump around. I swung it slowly around the room, half expecting to see something standing there. But everything looked the same. The boxes, the covered furniture, the dust motes dancing in the light. Then I aimed the beam toward the bookshelves against the far wall. That's when I saw it. The old clock, this antique wind-up thing that had been sitting on a high shelf for as long as I could remember, was on the floor. It was lying face down behind a stack of books, like it had been pushed off. I remember feeling a chill run down my spine. That clock hadn't been touched in years. My grandma said it stopped working back in the 90s, and no one ever bothered with it. The shelf it was on was sturdy, and there was no reason for it to just fall. I got out of bed, my legs wobbly, and walked over to it. The floorboards creaked under my feet, and each sound made me flinch. I picked up the clock. It was cold and dusty, and when I turned it over, the glass face wasn't cracked. Nothing was broken. It just felt ordinary, but out of place. I stood there for a minute, holding it, trying to make sense of what happened. My mind went to all sorts of places, maybe a draft or an animal, but the window was closed, and I hadn't seen any signs of mice. The radio was still playing softly in the background, and now it sounded normal, which made it even creepier. Like whatever had happened was over, but the memory of it was stuck in the air. I put the clock back on the shelf, but I didn't feel right about it. I kept glancing around, feeling like I was being watched even though I was alone. I didn't sleep anymore that night. I just sat on the edge of the bed with the flashlight in my lap, listening to every little noise. The house settled around me, creaking and groaning like it always did, but now every sound felt intentional, like the house was breathing. I could feel the fear sitting in my stomach, a tight knot that wouldn't go away. My skin was clammy, and I kept imagining shapes in the shadows. It was one of the longest nights of my life. When morning finally came, the sun crept through the dirty window, and the room looked less threatening, but I was still on edge. I went downstairs to find my grandma in the kitchen making tea. She's a quiet woman, doesn't say much, but she's sharp. I told her what happened, about the radio static, the thump, finding the clock on the floor. She listened without interrupting, her hands steady as she poured the tea. When I finished, she just looked at me with this calm expression and said, "This house remembers things." That was it. No explanation, no follow-up. She said it like it was a fact, something everyone should know. I asked her what she meant, but she just shook her head and changed the subject. The way she said it sent another chill through me. It wasn't scary in a dramatic way. It was matter of fact, like she'd seen it before. I spent the rest of that day feeling unsettled. Every time I walked past the attic stairs, I'd glance up, half expecting to see something. I tried to distract myself by helping with chores, but my mind kept drifting back to that night. The silence in the house felt different now, heavier, like it was holding secrets. I thought about the clock, how it had been untouched for years, and yet it moved. And the radio. I couldn't shake the memory of that static. It wasn't random. It felt purposeful, like something was trying to communicate. That evening, I decided not to use the radio again. I unplugged it and put it in my bag. Instead, I kept the flashlight by my bed, and I made sure it had fresh batteries. I didn't want to be caught in the dark without it. Going back up to the attic that night was hard. Every step on the stairs felt like a commitment. And when I opened the door, the room smelled the same, dust and old wood, but now it felt charged, like the air was thick with something I couldn't see. I lay in bed with the flashlight clutched in my hand, listening. The house was quiet, but I couldn't relax. I kept thinking about what my grandma said, remembers things. What kind of things? Memories of people who lived here, events. I didn't know. And I didn't want to ask again. I must have fallen asleep eventually, but I woke up a few times, startled by nothing. Each time, I'd shine the flashlight around the room, half expecting to see the clock on the floor again. But it stayed on the shelf. The rest of my stay was uneventful, but I was always on edge. I started noticing little things, how the temperature would drop suddenly in certain spots, or how sometimes I'd hear faint noises that sounded like whispering, but when I listened closer, they'd stop. I never saw anything, no ghosts or shadows, but the feeling of being watched never really went away. Leaving that house was a relief, but the memory stuck with me. Even now, years later, I get chills thinking about it. I never figured out what caused the radio to fade into static or what made that thump. My grandma's words echo in my head sometimes. This house remembers things. I don't know if it's ghosts or just the old building settling, but it felt real, too real. I've stayed in other old houses since then, but nothing like that ever happened again. It's like that one night was a glimpse into something I wasn't supposed to see. And sometimes when I'm alone in the dark, I still hear that static in my mind, and I grab for a flashlight just in case. Story 19. I remember it was a Tuesday in early September. I'd been feeling kind of stuck lately, just going through the motions at work, and my apartment in the city was starting to feel like a box. I needed to get out, breathe some fresh air, so I decided to drive out to Mastic Beach on Long Island. I'd been there a couple times before. It's usually quiet, not like the crowded spots near the city. That day, The sky was overcast, not raining but grey, and there was a chill in the air that made me wish I'd worn a heavier jacket. I left my place around 10 in the morning. The drive took about an hour and a half, with traffic not too bad for a weekday. I remember listening to some old rock station on the radio, just trying to clear my head. When I got there, I parked in this little lot off Neighborhood Road. There were only a few other cars, which I was glad about. I didn't want to run into anyone. I just wanted to walk and be alone with my thoughts. The beach itself was pretty empty. A couple of people were walking their dogs way down the shore, but otherwise, it was just me and the sound of the waves. The sand was damp from the tide being out, and it had that salty, fishy smell that always reminds me of being a kid. I started walking east, away from the main area, where the beach gets a bit wilder with patches of tall grass and driftwood. The wind was picking up, and I could feel it cutting through my thin sweatshirt. I shoved my hands in my pockets and kept going, my sneakers sinking into the soft sand with each step. I wasn't really paying attention to much at first. My mind was wandering, thinking about work deadlines, some stupid argument I'd had with a friend, just everyday stuff. I remember noticing how the clouds were getting darker, like a storm might roll in later. I figured I'd walk for another half hour or so, and then head back. The beach here isn't huge, but it stretches out, and there are spots where the dunes rise up, and you can't see much else. It felt isolated, but in a peaceful way, or at least that's what I thought then. After maybe 20 minutes of walking, I came to a section where the beach narrowed, and there was this big pile of seaweed and debris washed up from the high tide. It smelled stronger here, kind of rotten, but that's normal for a beach. I stepped around it, my eyes scanning the ground out of habit. You never know what you might find, shells or interesting rocks. That's when I saw something odd poking out of the sand near the base of a dune. At first, I thought it was a piece of driftwood or maybe a coconut, something round and dark. I took a couple steps closer, curious. Then my brain caught up with what my eyes were seeing. It wasn't driftwood, it was a head, a human head. An old woman's head with white hair matted with sand and seaweed, and her eyes were wide open, staring right at nothing. Her mouth was open too, like she'd been caught in a scream. I froze. My heart just dropped into my stomach. For a second I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It was like time stopped. I remember the details so vividly. The pale, waxy skin, the way her lips were pulled back from her teeth, the empty look in her eyes. There was no blood, at least not that I could see, but the neck was ragged, like it had been torn or cut. I don't know how long I stood there, maybe only a few seconds, but it felt like forever. Then this sound came out of me, this raw, guttural scream that I didn't even recognize as my own. It echoed in the quiet, and I stumbled backward, my legs giving way. I fell onto the sand, and that's when the nausea hit me. I rolled over and vomited, my whole body shaking. I could taste the acid and the bits of my breakfast coming up, and I kept heaving, even when there was nothing left. My throat burned, and tears were streaming down my face from the force of it. I was trembling so hard I could barely stand. I fumbled for my phone in my pocket, my hands slippery with sweat. I dropped it once in the sand before I managed to dial 911. My voice was shaky when I spoke to the operator, and I kept stammering, trying to explain what I'd found. I told her where I was roughly, but I was so disoriented I couldn't give exact directions. She stayed on the line with me, telling me to stay calm. But how could I? I was sitting there in the sand, maybe 10 feet away from that head, and I couldn't take my eyes off it. Every time I blinked, I saw it again. Those wide-open eyes burned into my mind. The operator said help was on the way, and I just sat there, hugging my knees, feeling the cold seep through my clothes. The wind felt icy now, and I started shivering uncontrollably. I kept thinking, this can't be real. This has to be a nightmare. But the smell of the ocean and the vomit, the gritty sand under my nails, it was all too real. I heard sirens in the distance after what felt like an eternity, but it was probably only 10 or 15 minutes. When the police cars pulled up near the parking lot, I waved my arms, shouting even though they couldn't hear me yet. Two officers came jogging over, their faces serious. One of them was a younger guy, and he looked pale when he saw what I was pointing at. The other, an older cop, radioed for backup and told me to step back. They cordoned off the area with tape, and more people arrived. Detectives, crime scene techs. Someone wrapped a blanket around my shoulders and led me away to sit in one of the patrol cars. I was still shaking, and my teeth were chattering. The younger officer asked me questions, his voice gentle, but I could barely form coherent sentences. I kept repeating what I'd seen, how I'd found it, and I must have sounded like a broken record. They took my statement, and I had to show them exactly where I'd been walking. I pointed out the spot, and they started digging around, taking photos. I saw them bagging the head, and I had to look away, my stomach churning again. One of the detectives came over later and told me they'd identified her. Diane Ross, an elderly woman from a nearby town who'd been reported missing a couple days earlier. He said she'd been murdered, decapitated, and they didn't have any leads on who did it. Hearing that made it even worse. This wasn't just some random thing. It was real, and someone out there had done this to her. I sat in that car for what felt like hours. The sky had darkened even more, and it started drizzling, little drops hitting the windshield. The police drove me back to the station to give a formal statement, and I called my sister from there. I was crying on the phone, trying to explain, but I couldn't get the words out right. She came to pick me up, and I remember hugging her so tight, like if I let go, I'd fall apart. The rest of that day is a blur. Going home, taking a shower because I felt dirty, but no matter how hard I scrubbed, I couldn't get the image out of my head. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those wide open eyes and that screaming mouth. In the days that followed, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I read the news articles, hoping they'd caught someone, but there was nothing. The police never found the killer. I started having nightmares, waking up in a cold sweat, and I'd jump at every little noise. My apartment didn't feel safe anymore. Every shadow seemed threatening. I'd look out the window and imagine someone watching me. After about a week, I decided I had to get out. I couldn't live like that, constantly on edge. I packed up my things and moved to a smaller town upstate, where it's quieter and I don't have to see the ocean every day. But even now, years later, I still get chills thinking about that day at Mastic Beach. I never go back there, and I avoid beaches altogether. Sometimes when I'm walking in the woods near my new home, I'll see something out of the corner of my eye. A fallen log, a rock, and for a split second, my heart stops. I guess part of me will always be there, frozen in that moment, staring at something I wish I'd never seen. I don't know why it happened or who did it, and I probably never will. It's just one of those things that stays with you, a horror you can't explain no matter how much you try. Story 20. Okay, so I've never really posted anything like this before, but I need to get this out there because it's been eating at me for months now. I still can't sleep right, and every time I close my eyes, I'm back in that apartment. Last summer, my boyfriend and I moved into this place in Maple District. It was supposed to be our big step, you know. We'd saved up for ages, and the rent was cheap, which should have been the first red flag. But we were young and dumb, and we figured we could handle it. The landlord mentioned that the previous tenant, Harold, had died there, but he said it was natural causes, and we didn't think much of it. Honestly, we were just excited to have our own space. But this one day, a Thursday in late July, everything went sideways. I remember waking up that morning feeling like I hadn't slept at all. The air in the bedroom was thick and heavy, like someone had sucked all the oxygen out. My boyfriend was already up, and I could hear him moving around in the kitchen, but something felt off right away. The sunlight was coming in through the blinds, but it looked wrong. Kind of yellowish and sickly, like the light was tired itself. I rolled over and saw Biscuit, our cat, perched on the dresser, staring at the corner of the room where the wall met the ceiling. His back was arched and he was hissing, this low, guttural sound I'd never heard from him before. It wasn't like when he sees a bug or something. This was different, like he was terrified. I got out of bed and my feet hit the carpet and I immediately felt that gross, damp sensation. The carpet had these stains all over it, dark, blotchy patches that the landlord said were from spills, but they always felt sticky, like they never really dried. That morning, one of them near the door looked bigger, almost like it had spread overnight. I tried to ignore it and went to the kitchen. My boyfriend was making coffee, but he looked pale, like he'd seen a ghost. He didn't say anything at first, just handed me a mug, and his hands were shaking a little. "You okay?" I asked him, and he just shook his head. "I swear I heard something in the living room last night," he said, "like footsteps, but too light, like someone was walking on their toes." We both stood there for a minute, listening, but the apartment was quiet except for the hum of the fridge. Then Biscuit started yowling from the bedroom, and we rushed back in. He was still staring at that corner, but now he was backing away, his fur standing on end. I reached out to pet him, and he flinched like he didn't recognize me. We decided to try and go about our day, but the feeling of being watched was so intense it was almost physical. You know that sensation when you're alone but you feel eyes on you? This was like that, but multiplied by 100. It was worst in the hallway, this narrow, dark space that led to the bedrooms. Every time I walked through it, the hair on my arms would stand up, and I'd get this cold spot on the back of my neck, like someone was breathing right behind me. I kept turning around, but there was never anyone there. Around mid-morning, I went to take a shower, and that's when I noticed the black mold. It had been there since we moved in, little patches in the corners of the bathroom, but that day it had spread. It was creeping up the wall near the shower, these black fuzzy tendrils that looked almost alive. The smell was awful, musty and sweet like rotting fruit. I tried to scrub it with bleach, but it didn't do much, and my hands felt slimy afterward, like I'd touched something dead. I remember standing there staring at it and feeling this wave of dread wash over me. It wasn't just the mold, it was everything. The apartment felt wrong, like it was sick itself. After my shower, I went to get dressed, and that's when I realized my favorite necklace was missing. It's this simple silver chain my mom gave me, and I always kept it on the nightstand, but it wasn't there. I tore the room apart looking for it, and my boyfriend helped me search. We checked under the bed, in the drawers, everywhere. Nothing. Then, about an hour later, I went to the kitchen to get a glass of water, and there it was, sitting right in the middle of the table, like it had been there the whole time. But I know it wasn't. I'd just been in the kitchen and the table was empty. My boyfriend saw it too, and we just looked at each other, not saying anything. That was the first time I felt real fear, not just unease, because things like that had happened before. Keys going missing and turning up in the fridge, a book left on the couch ending up in the bathtub. But this felt deliberate, like someone was messing with us. The afternoon dragged on, and the tension kept building. We tried to watch TV, but the signal kept cutting out, and the screen would flicker with static. At one point, I thought I saw a face in it, just for a second, pale and blurry. But I blinked, and it was gone. My boyfriend said he saw it too, and we turned the TV off. Biscuit wouldn't come near us. He'd hidden under the bed and wouldn't budge, even when I tried to coax him out with treats. His food bowl was full, but he hadn't touched it all day. Then, around 4 o'clock, I glanced out the window that faced the vacant unit next door. The building is this old duplex, and our side was supposed to be the only one occupied, but sometimes we'd see lights on next door, even though it was empty. That day I saw movement, a shadow flickering past the window. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light, but then it happened again, and this time it looked like a person. A tall, thin figure, just standing there, staring back at me. I froze. my heart hammering in my chest. I called my boyfriend over, and he saw it too. We watched for what felt like forever, but it didn't move. Then, slowly, it raised a hand, like it was waving, and disappeared. That was it for us. We called the police. When they arrived, 2 officers came and checked the vacant unit. They found nothing, no signs of break-in, no one inside, but one of them mentioned that the place smelled weird, like old meat, and there were footprints in the dust, but they were smudged, like someone had been walking around barefoot. The police said it was probably kids or squatters, but they'd secure it. After they left, my boyfriend and I just sat on the couch, not talking. The sun was going down, and the apartment was getting darker, and that's when the real horror started. The temperature dropped suddenly, like someone had turned on the AC full blast, but we didn't have AC. I could see my breath, little puffs of white in the dim light. Then we heard it, a soft, scratching sound coming from the walls. It wasn't like mice, it was slower, more deliberate, like someone was dragging their nails across the plaster. We followed the sound to the hallway, and that's when I saw it. One of the carpet stains had changed shape. It looked like a handprint now, dark and wet, and it was slowly spreading. I reached out to touch it, and my fingers came away cold and damp, with this coppery smell that made my stomach turn. Biscuit started howling from under the bed, and my boyfriend grabbed my arm. "We need to get out of here," he said, and his voice was shaky. I nodded, and we started packing as fast as we could. We threw clothes into suitcases, not caring about folding anything. The whole time, that scratching sound followed us, moving from room to room. At one point, I went to the bathroom to grab my toiletries, and the black mold had spread even more. It was covering half the wall now, and it seemed to pulse, like it was breathing. I grabbed my stuff and ran out, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst. As we were carrying the last of our bags to the car, I looked back at the apartment building. The window of the vacant unit was dark, but for a second I thought I saw Harold's face, pale and gaunt with hollow eyes, staring out at me. I don't know how I knew it was him. I'd never seen a picture, but in that moment I was sure. My boyfriend saw it too, and he grabbed my hand, pulling me toward the car. We drove away without looking back, and I remember the relief washing over me as we turned onto the main road, but that feeling didn't last. We moved back to my parents' place, and I started having dreams, not just about Harold, but about my cousin who died when we were kids. In the dreams, they're together in that apartment, and they're not scary, just sad, like they're trapped. But the unease from that day never left me. Sometimes when I'm alone, I still feel those eyes on me, and I wonder if it was Harold who died there or something else, something worse that never really left. And I'll never know, because we never went back, and I don't think I ever will. Story 21. It was a Tuesday, the Tuesday after my 15th birthday. The air was still warm for autumn, the kind of day that tricks you into thinking summer isn't really over. I'd been itching to get out on my new mountain bike, a proper grown-up bike I'd saved up for all year. My parents, they were always so careful, too careful. The Taran rainforest was off limits, a hard rule. Too dense, too easy to get lost, they'd say. But that's exactly why I wanted to go. It felt like a real adventure, not just a ride around the farm paddocks. So I lied. I told them I was heading to Mikey's place, that we were going to stick to the fire trails near his property. Mikey wasn't even home that day. His family had gone to Launceston for some shopping. It was just me and Rusty, my old border collie, his muzzle going grey, but he still had the energy of a puppy when he saw the bike come out. He knew what that meant. A run. His whole body would wiggle with this stupid joy. I remember clipping his lead to the bike's frame, this specific little carabiner I used, the metal cold in my fingers. I remember the look he gave me, his tongue lolling out like this was the best day of his life. I felt a twinge of guilt then, looking back at the house, knowing my mum was inside thinking I was safe at a friend's, but the thrill was bigger. It always is when you're 15. The ride in was amazing. The sun came through the canopy in broken pieces, lighting up patches of ferns on the forest floor. The air smelled damp and rich, like earth and rotting leaves. It was loud too, birds everywhere, the rustle of something in the undergrowth, the wind making the high branches sigh. Rusty was loving it, running alongside, his paws making soft thuds on the damp ground. I followed a rough trail for a while, one made by wallabies or maybe other kids like me. But then I saw this massive myrtle tree, one of the ancient ones, and I decided to cut away from the path, to go deeper. I wanted to see what was behind it. That's the thing, you always think there's something better, something more secret, just a little further in. I must have been riding for over an hour, maybe 2. The forest started to change. The trees grew closer together, their trunks thick and twisted, covered in moss and weird hanging lichen that looked like old man's beard. The light got dimmer, greener. It was harder to pedal. The ground was softer, sucking at my tires. I had to get off and push the bike through a particularly boggy patch. That's when I first felt it. A shift. The bird sounds, they just stopped. Not all at once, but in a wave. One moment there was this constant background chatter, and the next there was nothing. Just the sound of my own breathing and the squelch of my sneakers in the mud. I stopped pushing the bike and stood still. Rusty had stopped too. He wasn't panting anymore. His head was up, ears pricked, his body tense. He let out a low whine, the kind he makes when he hears a siren miles away. "What is it, boy?" I whispered. My voice sounded too loud, a stupid thing to do in a quiet forest. The air felt thick, heavy. It was hard to breathe properly, like the air itself had weight. I looked at my watch. It was just after 2 in the afternoon. The sun should have been high, but under this canopy, it felt like twilight was already setting in. That's when I heard it. It wasn't a bird. It wasn't an animal. It was a voice. It came from above, from the canopy. It was a man's voice, but thin, sort of stretched out. It didn't echo. It just hung in the dead air. It said, clear as day, "Hey, over there." My blood went cold. Not the kind of cold you feel when you get a chill, but a deep internal cold that locked my joints. My first thought was, stupidly, that it was another hiker. I looked up, scanning the tangled branches, the curtains of moss. I couldn't see anyone. The trees were too dense. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking. No answer, just that heavy, suffocating silence. Then Rusty growled. It wasn't his normal "I see a possum" growl. This was a deep, guttural sound that came from the bottom of his chest. A scared sound. The hair all along his back was standing straight up. He was staring fixedly into the trees to our left, his body lowered like he was about to charge. "Hey, over there." It came again, from a different direction this time. Still above us, but from the right now. The same voice, the same flat tone. It wasn't friendly, it wasn't a greeting. It was a statement, a location. It felt like it was pinpointing us. Panic hit me then, a physical thing that shot up my spine and squeezed my lungs. This wasn't right. This was so far from right. I fumbled with the carabiner, my fingers suddenly numb and clumsy, trying to unclip Rusty's lead from the bike. I couldn't get it. It was stuck. I gave up. I just dropped the bike. It fell into a fern with a soft, pathetic crunch. "Run, Rusty!" I hissed, and I turned and I ran. I didn't pick a direction. I just ran away from the voices. Branches whipped my face, thin, sharp ones that stung like hell and left wet lines on my skin. I could feel the scratches burning. I tripped over a hidden root and went down hard. The wind knocked out of me. My palms scraped raw on the rough bark and gravelly soil. I pushed myself up gasping, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it would break them. Rusty was right beside me, barking now, short, sharp, terrified barks. I ran again, my legs feeling weak and rubbery. The forest was a blur of brown and green. My chest was on fire. I remember the specific, awful sensation of a spiderweb breaking across my face. the sticky threads clinging to my lips and eyelids. I swiped at it frantically, my breath coming in ragged sobs. I could hear Rusty's claws scrabbling on the ground behind me and then beside me. He was scared, but he wasn't leaving me. The voices didn't follow us. They just kept happening. They came from all around now, from every part of the canopy. Hey, over there. Hey, over there. They were overlapping, not quite in unison, a cold, disinterested chorus. It was like we were surrounded by something that was just watching us, and calmly, boredly, noting our position to each other. There was no emotion in it, no anger, no curiosity, nothing. That was the worst part, the complete emptiness in the sound. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like hours, but it was probably only minutes. My lungs were screaming, my legs were giving out. I remember the taste of blood in my mouth where I'd bitten my cheek when I fell. I remember the smell of my own sweat, sharp and sour with fear. I remember the way my wet socks squelched inside my sneakers. I was crying, proper, snotty, helpless kid crying. The brave adventurer was gone. I was just a scared boy who wanted his mum. And then I stumbled, not on a root this time. The ground just fell away in front of me. I tumbled forward, rolling down a short, steep embankment, landing in a heap on something flat and hard and different. Gravel. I pushed myself up, spitting out dirt and leaves. I was on a road, a logging road by the look of it, cut through the forest, a raw, ugly scar of packed gravel and dirt. It was a miracle. It was salvation. I looked back the way I came, up the embankment. The forest was a dark wall. Rusty came slithering down after me, whining, pressing his wet, muddy body against my legs. I was safe. We were on a road. Roads lead to people. I bent over, hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath. The relief so overwhelming I felt dizzy. The terror began to recede, just a little. The voices had stopped. The forest was silent again. But now it was just a quiet forest, not that dead, heavy silence from before. I stood up, wiping my face with the back of my arm. I looked left, then right, trying to decide which way to go. The road stretched into the gloom in both directions. It was then that I realized I could still hear something. A sound, faint at first, then growing clearer. It was laughter. It was coming from the top of the embankment, from the edge of the forest I had just escaped. It was the same voice, all of them. It was cold, hollow laughter. There was no joy in it, no humor. It was the sound of ice cracking. It overlapped on itself, a discordant, horrible symphony that didn't sound human. It wasn't mocking me. It was just happening, a natural phenomenon of that place, like the wind or the rain, and it was directed at me. That sound went right through me. It froze the relief in my veins and shattered it. It was a sound that said, "You think you've escaped? You're still here. You will always be here." I didn't look back. I didn't even think. I just started running down the road, Rusty at my heels. I ran and I ran, the gravel crunching under my feet, the cold laughter following me, not getting closer, not getting farther, just staying there, hanging in the air behind me like a bad smell. I don't know how far I ran. My body was running on nothing but pure fear. Eventually, through the trees, I saw a flash of a corrugated iron roof, a shed. Then a fence line. I stumbled towards it, climbed over a wire fence, tearing my jeans on a barb, and found myself in a cleared field. I could see a farmhouse in the distance, smoke coming from the chimney. I collapsed in that field. I just lay there in the grass, sobbing, clutching Rusty, who was licking my face, whining softly. The laughter was gone. The only sound was the wind over the grass and a distant tractor. A farmer found me maybe 20 minutes later. He loaded me and my terrified dog into his ute and drove me to the nearest town. He called my parents. The police were involved. There was a whole search party for my bike. They found it the next day, right where I dropped it. My dad told me later that when they picked it up, the carabiner was still clipped to the frame, but it was bent, like something had tried to wrench it open. They never found any evidence of other people in that part of the forest. No footprints, no campsites, nothing. The official report said I'd gotten lost, panicked, and suffered a hallucination brought on by dehydration and fear. They said the voices were probably a lyrebird, even though everyone knows lyrebirds don't sound like that, and they don't laugh. I know what I heard. I know what I felt. That cold, that dead air, those flat, empty voices that knew exactly where I was. That laughter that had no source and no soul. I never went back into the woods, not the Taran, not any forest. I'm 28 now, and I live in the city, in a flat with a view of other buildings. The smell of damp earth makes me feel sick. The sound of wind in trees makes my skin crawl. Rusty lived to a good old age, but he was never quite the same after that day either. He'd sometimes wake up in the middle of the night and growl at nothing, staring at a dark corner of the room. They retrieved my bike, but they never retrieved me. Not the part of me that loved the quiet mystery of the bush, the kid who thought an adventure was the best thing in the world. That part of me stayed in there, lost in the green twilight, with the things in the canopy that know exactly where you are.